Wow. Where the fuck Slurpy will be then? This is his job.
Rock your head to these beats like you were surfing. A Lego chat show to which we welcome all, talking shit, spitballing and busting your balls. We all love Star Wars, the uniting cause, but as long as you love Lego, it ain't breaking no laws. We got guests, clock talking random topics, leaks, rumors, hot takes like psychotropics, range,
Padawan.
and of course all the latest gossip. What's your wish list? What's it gonna take to cop? Let's do a roll call of our illustrious hosts, hailing stateside in UK, coast to coast. Padawan the Don shuffles in, packing the cake, all stiff for us, stiff while he making it shake. Most vengeance here to send us back to 99. Oaktown, always down, letting love light shine. Hailing from the Emerald Isle comes Slurpy ho-ho, pot of gold at the rainbow, stop motion maestro. West County Whittakee, thespian by night. Mostly bucks the boys try to guess it right. Cool Han with the plan, talks the head of the pay. Simmer and Biff, Welsh Dragon, see you all at the range. So grab yourself a quick, let's get the show started. Comments in the chat, even replay gets harder. Make yourself known, so we can shout you all out. Cool Hang Luke, check it out, come see what it's about. Cool Hang Luke, Cool Hang Luke. We about to blast off like we're dropping a note. Cool Hang Luke, Cool Hang Luke. Rock your head to these beats like you were surfing. Cool Hang Luke.
Lego Star Wars is going to take an absolute tune in today. So what initial thoughts, guys, just off the bat? Good wave, okay wave, shit wave? Because I think it's a strong wave, personally.
Overall good, yeah.
That fucking V92 can suck a fat dick. Sorry. Sorry. Where did that come from? Oh, just impulse.
Look, it's hard. There's some good sets. There's like some good sets, and there might even be a set or two in there that's like a good set and a good price at the same time. It's we can even debate on that, but overall, nah, not good. As a matter of fact, I almost want to give it 4 thumbs down.
Oh, wow.
I need to remind myself of what's coming. The ATST's the standout. Fact.
I've ranked mine. I've got it down here, so I'm ready to get stuck
we've
into
got
that.
Plenty of visuals anyway for you guys. What I couldn't get is a picture of them all together, but we'll go through them. So, guys, episode 41, we're kicking off season 5 with just a boys episode, if you want to call it that now, especially after last week. A guys episode, let's say then. Whittakee and Slurpy. Slurpy's still on his 8-week holiday, whatever it is. Whittakee's working, unfortunately. So we've roped in 2 of the guys, 2 of the usual hosts, 2 family favorites. And we've also got a returning guest helping us hold it down. Just trying to give us some balance because, we need some... all of us are prepared to say really negative things. So we need somebody who's outwardly positive all the time. So... but we couldn't find anybody, so we got Hive instead. So. Hive, welcome back, fellow alumni. But
thank you, appreciate it. Thank you for being my pleasure.
And I appreciate your time as well, mate, because I know weekends are busy for you because obviously you do 2 very popular streams over the weekend, and of course you did reach out to me and say you're going to come on, but you've got some family visiting and
I don't know what's going on yet. It's kind of up in the air, but I got some time, so we're good.
Yeah, you stay as long as you can, mate. You're as welcome for as long as you want to stay. We are going to keep this one for the guys out there watching. We're going to keep this one to a 3-hour segment because everybody here is going to be gone prior to that anyway. And Whittakee's going to be coming on about 10:15, 15 minutes after we close, but we haven't told him yet. So that'll be interesting for him. But guys, get your comments in the chat now. We're going to call out the chat in just a sec. The only thing I want to do before I do that is give Nimble the floor just for sort of 5-10 minutes, because we are literally going to spend the whole episode absolutely either praising or tearing shreds into these sets and figs and whatever else. But the only segue I want to do in this episode really is a little bit about Bluestone, because Nimble is here and makes sense. So, Nimble, I know you sent me the stuff, but obviously with links and stuff, it's difficult. I've put your link. So the links for all of the guys here, as well as the regular hosts, including Hive, are obviously in the description. So click on that. You can find everybody's Instagram and YouTube. But also, that includes the YouTube channel for Nimble, where obviously you can find the illustrious Bluestone. Most people here should know what Bluestone is by now. If you don't, like, who the hell are you? But obviously, you know, I got to pass it over to him now to do a little bit of a conversation on that. So, from what you're seeing there, Nimble, you should have like a button on the bottom that says "Present" with a TV with a picture of a plus in it.
You're asking me technical questions here, and I don't have any technical answers. I don't see any TV in the bottom of my thing. I'm on a different app. Don't forget.
A different app.
He's on the app.
I've got a different StreamYard's different for me than it is for you.
That's shit.
No, what do you want? I'll do it. Is it Nimble? Was it on your YouTube?
Yeah. Well, he sent me some stuff.
Some pictures. CJ, quick.
Say again.
Shall I send you some stuff on Insta real quick?
No, send them.
It's only 2 images.
Send them on Insta.
Yeah, I'll just send them now. So I got them right here. It's just like I got to send them to my laptop, and it's just, you know, by the time I've done that, the stream will be over. So.
Hey CJ, before we get into that.
Yeah, well, fuck you, man.
What is that? What am I looking at?
Right. Let me quick segue while Martin sorts his life out. Right, so I'm a big Max Verstappen fan, and I was pretty
English, bro.
However, if Max isn't winning, I'm all in for Lando Norris. That streak, fuck off.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Papa Trip messaged me today. Shout out to Papa Trip. Messaged me today, and he was talking something about Lando. And I was like, I thought he was talking about Lando from Star Wars. I was like, oh, okay. About Lando's got to new something. And I'm like, okay. And he does send me a lot of messages about NASCAR, but I've made it clear to him I know nothing about, you know, we got Formula One here, but I know nothing about that. I don't even know anything about cars. So I said, but, you know, happy to listen, but I can't really chime in when I don't know what he's talking about. But yeah, so that answers that question for me.
Did everyone see the trophies? Ooh.
Sick.
The chrome gold Lego trophies for the winners of the Formula One that just happened for the British Grand Prix. Awesome.
So they can do it.
Yeah, hang on, I'm gonna get it right now.
They are sick. I was looking when they were lifting them. I was like, someone is going to drop it in it.
Look at that, chromed out gold.
It's pretty hot.
Now we need to chromed out some chromed out sets.
Well, they can.
I can only assume the price must be pretty steep.
I saw a comment on their Insta, like, it's definitely a sticker on the front and not a printed plaque.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Classic Lego, right?
Definitely
slap some stickers on it. Can't wait.
This is my build, though. I'm going to be doing in and out tonight.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Nice.
sick.
Love it. Got the dock, little market things on there, man. I like that a lot.
I think I like it more than my mountain fortress, if I'm honest.
It's so cool, mate.
Are you able to connect that stuff with any of your other things?
See, I don't have the space for like a city, so it's all just shelved out on the display.
Well, I was just curious. I mean, I guess this is kind of, yeah, I was wondering, even on a shelf, like if it was possible to connect some stuff. But I don't know. Yeah, you would need a lot of shelf space for that.
100%. I have, like, if I ever got, well, Sam wants to do modulars, so I've cleared off all the top shelves and I'll just do what Shy does, and he just like lines them up to me.
Shelf City.
So I will say real quick, just speaking of this, and I'm curious what your opinion is on this, Padawan. Does having that limited space, and I should have talked about this on the show this morning, but does having that limit, does that help discipline you at all?
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Does it fuck?
It doesn't for me, but I got no space, and yet
So
I got enough to fill 2 rooms.
Depending on how long I stay in this house, basically what will happen is I will still buy sets that I like. However, it will just slowly get dominated by UCS sets. So like this whole side here is just UCS sets, like big sets. And slowly it's making its way around the other shelves as well. And eventually, if I stay here for like another 5 years, which I don't think I will, but if I do stay here for another 5 years, this is just going to be a UCS room. Like I can see it happen.
Because I come to the conclusion that because I have more space than most people, you know what I mean? I'm extremely grateful for it. I don't take it for granted, you know what I mean? But I feel like I've come to the conclusion, like just the more space I would get, the more I would just keep filling it.
Yeah.
So I was like, I was thinking if I had a short amount of space, would at least help discipline me to a point. Because look, even the argument that we'll just sell your sets, you know what I mean? Then get new ones or blah, blah, blah. But eventually you're going to accumulate enough things that really mean a lot to you.
Yeah.
And you know, and it's good. I just feel like eventually there's going to be a brick wall where you're just going to be like, and you might be able to make decisions, but it's going to be really difficult. So I don't know.
If I see empty space, I just cram it full. I've got a right to my right here. It's where I'm going to put 3 more shelves in.
I feel you. I feel you, dude. Yeah.
If I see a hole, I fill it. Basically,
I've got like this blank space back here, and I'm like, okay, I still have.
That's for the buildable Ewok army, isn't it?
But I do have a what if, Marvel poster to put back there. So, well, we'll see.
Ooh.
But yeah, I was just curious.
But I've really done myself over because I'm starting to mock, so I don't know where I'm going to put it.
Because, like, as much space as I have, you get the Venator up there. I don't know where I'd put a Venator down here.
Hang it from the ceiling.
Well, actually, I'm thinking about getting. Have you guys seen the? I don't know. I guess hooks, maybe we'll call them, and you can put the gunship on that, like on a flat on a wall. That's what I'm going to do with that. I think I'm going to put it like right there, because I'm moving that somewhere else. So I guess I could technically maybe sit like a Venator or whatever right there. But man, like and I'm fortunate to have this space, and I see Padawan where he's got his, but like, dude, it's insane the amount of space you need for some of this stuff. You know what I mean? I think that's a lot of things that the normies don't even think about. Like once you start getting into this hobby, you're like, oh yeah, you need space. And
eventually it starts filtering out to the rest of the house, doesn't it?
Yeah, but what Lego need to do to help us out is they need to start shrinking down the sets.
Yeah. Hold on a second, I got one for you. Hold on. There we go.
I sent those pictures to you anyway, CJ. I don't know whether you want to throw them out. If you got that.
What did you send them on?
Oh shit, Instagram.
Cool.
WhatsApp better or?
No, you go just fine. Just talk amongst yourselves. I got them. Yeah, there we go.
Your chat. I love your chat. Shout out to the chat. You guys be some wise people out there. Look at Sigbricks. No matter how much space you have, you fill it with crap.
I love them.
What's up, Sigs? Welcome to the chat, mate.
I love Nick. Nick is cool.
Well, while Padawan's doing that, and then Nimble's doing his thing, annotating or narrating what's going up on the screen. How do I do a poll? I know I've got to wait for the stream to start before I do a poll, and I know it's on YouTube Studio, but I can't remember how to do it. I've done it once before, and I've forgotten.
Hive's your man for that. I've got no idea, mate.
What's going on? What, I'm sorry?
He wants to do a poll.
A poll.
A poll?
Chat. I can't remember how to do it.
I mean, are you saying like to control it? I couldn't control your poll in the chat.
No.
Right.
How do I put a poll in the chat?
Oh,
I got to do it through Studio, right?
Yeah, you'd have to be. But you should actually be able to do it right from the page itself. Like if you went to the actual page, the live stream, you could probably do it from there as well.
I've tried doing that, but I can't seem to do it. And when I look at my lives on YouTube Studio, it only shows past ones that are even complete. It don't show anything in progress. So I have done it once before, but it was a long time ago, and I've forgotten how I did it.
Well, and I'm going to say something that's going to be like 50% funny and 50% possibly true. I'm not sure. That's how you do it over here in America. I don't know. Maybe the controls are different over there. You know what I mean? Like certain settings.
I can't work it out. Forget
Everything's
it.
backwards over there, mate.
Yeah, I just wanted people to. I got a 10s. Last time I did a poll in the chat, I forgot to read out the results anyway. So
I've done that before.
Right. So
I'm like, sorry.
I got two pictures. They're both the same though.
No, they're not. They're not the same.
Oh, okay. So which one do you want first? Do you want the behind the scenes one or the the banner head? Actually, I don't know which is which because they both look the same to me. Wait a sec. Let me just throw one up, see which one's which.
I sent you 3 photos, I think.
No, you sent me a link. But that was
I sent you a
link
link to my YouTube page and then sent you some photos as well.
No, I only had 2.
Either way, just fire any of them up.
Oh, wait a sec. No, you might have sent... Oh, fuck's sake. Wait a sec. I thought I'd sent Padawan 2, but clearly I haven't because...
You sent me 2. They're both down the bottom.
Where's the actual Bluestone one?
Oh, you want me that one? Sorry. Okay, my apologies. I
see. Yeah, you're right. It was 2. Because it was just green and Lego. I couldn't tell that was 2 pictures. Oh, that's cool, though. The one you press the little paper airplane, it sends both. I didn't realize that.
I think that's awesome.
So, yeah, talk us through this, mate. What are we looking at?
On set, let me just have a...
It's such a good utilization of your space.
Is this going to spoil episode 10 for anybody, though, or no?
No, this picture, I was pretty wise sending this picture in because it doesn't leak any of the future episodes. I have actually filled more space than what's here, but like I said, I didn't want to spoil anything. But this is probably the max space I have. So I'm getting to a point now where I've got to start being a bit more strategic, planning what's next. I have actually already filmed 2 episodes, uploaded, they're ready to go. Episode 11 tomorrow, 8 o'clock England time. Episode 12 will be a few weeks down the line, and then episode 13 and 14 are already drawn up. So it's really, really kicking on at the moment. Like I did hit a bit of a lull at one point where it was more a financial thing. I didn't want to start splashing a load of dough, but then once you start, I suppose it's anyone with, like this is a city in a way, innit? A lot of people have Lego cities. This is my version, medieval village. Once you start buying a few things, you then get the bug, you get the taste for it, and you're buying loads more. Like you guys that went to Brick World, you picked up a load of figs for me, which are ready to go, which will be ready to go in when Slurpy's back off holiday. But all in all, this is just, like I say, it's my version of a city. Cities aren't my thing. They're cool. I admire people who do them. I watch a lot of city videos, but I'm more into the medieval fantasy side. Like you said, I know a lot of the people who watch are pretty diehard Bluestone fans anyway. They give me a lot of love, a lot of support. But yeah, this has really kicked on, and Lego have actually thrown out a bit of medieval and fantasy stuff our way as of recently. So yeah, there's a lot of content out there ready to go. And yeah, I'm just really enjoying it at the moment. It's something different. I try to keep it unique. I'm not like an insane mock builder at all. I was speaking to CJ about this the other day.
Yeah,
I was brand new to it when I started this. Never built a mock before, and apart from like when you're a kid and you're just messing about then, ain't you? But I'm more into the storytelling. So if you watch my videos, the shorts, I like to give my characters a name, and there's a lot of lore to the town. So if you are watching right now and you haven't checked it out, and medieval fantasy stories are they tickle your fancy a bit, then definitely head over to the link, watch some videos, and don't eat the pies. If you know.
Don't eat those pies. Well, not unless you like man flesh. But
yeah.
Man flesh. So I got a question. It's not really a question about Bluestone though, so forgive. Oh well, no, actually, I do have 2 questions. Right. First one is. So I just want to say, right. Yeah, medieval to people in America, if you're watching, is like fantasy, right? But this is history to us. Obviously, not the yogas and stuff like that. Well, it depends on what town you've been to. But this is more history for us. But it's the best mini series on YouTube that I've ever seen. It's just there's so much character, there's so much thought gone into it, and the fact that you said the words "I've drawn it up" just goes to show that you've probably done more planning in one episode than I've done a year of these shows because I just can't do it. But it's nice to see.
Thank you.
You put some planning into it. So my first question would be: how many of these? I know I've asked this before, but obviously I can't keep track. How many of these are BrickLink designer program sets?
None of them.
None.
Do you mean rebrickables?
No, I just because you were saying that Lego's doing a little bit, but the only sort of I know they have done a couple of little medieval bits, but the majority of the medieval stuff I see is from those BrickLink sets.
Yeah, but they're castle, and Nimble doesn't do castle.
Yeah, I don't
Right,
really
okay.
buy castles. And it's strange because I'm a castle guy, a Lego castle guy that don't buy castles. I'm more into like the peasants, the village side of things. A lot of this stuff here is rebrickables, alternate builds, and obviously we're getting that new 3-in-1 castle in August. So there's plenty of play coming with that. With an alternate build. I've recently bought another medieval town square, ready for an alternate build.
Oh,
How
much did you pick them up for, Nimble? Those medieval town squares?
Well, I got it on double VIP points, so it's two bills, isn't it? But obviously double VIP and got that GWP with it.
Nice.
The reason I ask is because I'm obviously blinkered to this stuff, and I don't go to the Lego store very often, like almost never. So I rely on places like B&M Bargains, whatever, and they tend to only have the most popular. Without that sounding awful to you, they're the most popular sort of they do like the Botanicals, Star Wars, things like that. So I don't ever see anything that would belong to this. It's like, and you're saying that they are churning some out. So what kind of things are we talking about? Because I've never seen anything.
When I say churning things out, it's compared to other themes, they're not. But in Castle, it's like the medieval town square. For a long time, we didn't have anything on the shelves that you could throw in with a castle. Obviously, the Lion Knights castle's there. The new 3-in-1 Creator Castle. There's different, and we've had GWPs. Obviously, that medieval blacksmith a couple of years ago. So, but again, to you guys, that sounds like F all. But to us, it's more than what we've had in a long time. So yeah. I'm not saying it's a good time to be a Castle fan. It's really not, but it's just better than before. And obviously, a lot of Castle guys have to resort to alternate builds and rebrickables because it's just all that you've got left to play with. And there's a lot of mocks. I know there's a lot of Star Wars mock guys out there, but Castle mocks are just nuts because people are sort of forced into it because there's less sets you can actually get yourselves.
Yeah. Oh, you should have seen some of the Castle mocks that were at Brick Road. They were
insane. No, man.
Crazy.
Slurpy took a load of pictures for me and sent them over to me. I was just like, they're nuts. I'd love to see them in person.
Well, it's quite so effectively what you're doing is it's a real niche effectively because I don't see anything else in terms of content like this, and not just the theme, but what it is you're doing by creating this little mini series. So I think it's really cool. Got a lot of time for it, but and it just makes us as Star Wars people complaining, out of these 9 sets that are releasing for the 10th time this year, I'm really not happy. Meanwhile, there's you. You're lucky if you get one cheeky little set a year. So,
we've been waiting months for this 3-in-1 Castle set that comes out in August, and that's one set. And everyone's buzzing about it. Do you know what I mean? We just have to wait till we're lucky if we get a figure in the CMF series, and we have about 12 months to talk about that. But yeah, then, it's like you say, it's
prices. But I think that drives the price up for customs as well, because I noticed that a lot of the so I think it's Brick Tactical that specializes with it, but I noticed that the kind of I was picking up a couple of little Star Wars bits and pieces from these custom places, not a lot, but they didn't seem to be particularly expensive. Whereas the medieval type stuff and the military type stuff, which obviously Lego don't really make, was like really stupid price, like the Halo stuff and that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
it's like the more niche it is, the more they mark up on the customs, which is, you know, that's even harder to swallow, because not only are Lego not doing it, but the custom people who are sort of serving you guys are like absolutely crucifying you with prices. So,
and we're paying American shipping too.
Jesus, if I'd known that, I even didn't even think about it. I know he grabbed a load of gear for you because I was there with him when he collected it. I didn't even think, like, I could have brought it myself, and you could have probably had it in hand by now.
It's all right. I'm like I say, I've got loads of content in the pipeline, so I'm not in a massive rush for it. But yeah, it's going really well. Just the important thing, and this is what I was saying to CJ, just enjoy it, man. Because the minute you stop enjoying it, the minute you know it's not worth your time at all. So just enjoy it, no matter how long it takes. If you're rushing through, just enjoy the ride, man. That's what it's all about.
So give us a little sneak. I mean, obviously it says potions for sale, so it's kind of a teaser there. Give us a little sneak peek of this, and then we'll dive into this chat, and then it's Star Wars all day.
So yeah, this is obviously every medieval fantasy town needs its own apothecary, doesn't it? Selling potions and stuff. And this wizard called Grengel, he's got his own place. Very popular in Bluestone, because there ain't anyone else like him that's selling the stuff he's got. I'm not going to tell you what he's got for sale, because it's it's part of the story. But he's a very rich guy, and he knows how to get the punters in. But yeah, it's that was a rebrickable design for that apothecary too, and a lot of custom pad printing tiles used on there as well. Yeah, it's a nice fun little build with a fun little backstory too.
Nice. Well, guys, go and check it out. Link is in the description. Bluestone, we're on episode 11, so you've got some catching up to do if you haven't watched all the episodes yet. I'm a little bit behind. For some reason, I was thinking we were teasing episode 10. So I don't know. I must have got lost. I think I got to about episode 8. So I'm terrible with stuff like that. But guys, go and check it out. CJ, you'll have to kick those things off for me, mate, because it won't let me do it. Because if I try to do it, it kicks you out as well. So
yeah, I'll bin them. Don't worry.
Cheers, lads.
Oh, what banner was in your way? Was it the Bluestone one?
I don't know, one of them. I was just, I was trying to say it subtle because I didn't want to be like, it was just like the whole thing was covering me, and I was like talking, like I need to see myself talk to make sure I'm not pulling stupid faces or whatever.
The thing is, right? I've noticed that even though it's when you're looking in StreamYard, it's covering you, but if you're watching it from elsewhere, I don't think it does. Because I remember there being one in front of me, and I was doing all this, like I'm tending to pop over the top of it and stuff like that, thinking about. When I watched it back on replay, I'm like this, and there's nothing there, and I was like,
"Oh right, okay."
So, okay, right, guys, let's go from the beginning. And then when it comes to the Star Wars Lego sets, I'm going to start from the bottom, as in my stinker of a set. Well, not stinker, but my worst set, because I've ranked them already. I got a piece of content that I spent like 10 hours doing because I kept messing it up. And I wanted to get it out before this stream as a kind of teaser to what we're going to be talking about. But I didn't get time. So sadly, that's kind of bit the bullet. But I'll be throwing it out tonight. So I'm pretty sure he wasn't first. Obviously, for some reason, StreamYard seems to chop off the top couple. But Liam Brick the Bed is in the house. Oh, wait a sec. We need some music, don't we, for this?
We do.
Where's the rock music?
I don't like the rock. That's what Whittakee does, but he's not here, so I'm going to play some of mine.
CJ, have you had these before?
No, I haven't. They look good, like.
They're rank.
Oh right. Bed.
If you haven't had them, don't have them.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm not really a sweets guy. If I do, it's the squashies.
Squashies are good.
Okay, guys. So a little bit more of a relaxed vibe whilst I'm reading out the chat, because after that, it's going to be carnage. Liam Brick the Bed, how's it going, mate? Been chatting to Liam quite a bit on and off. He's getting warmed up for Brickworld next year. So and he's starting to put out some content. He put out a nice girth post today, which everybody shared. So, keep them coming, mate. if you copy me in anything you want me to share, it's a lot easier for me to do that than for me to go looking for the content to copy, because I'm terrible at that.
What an unreal name as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Papa Trip. How's it going, Papa Trip? He's going to be checking it out on replay because NASCAR is his first love. Cool Han Luke, so is his second. Padawan's there. Nimble's there. Ultra, evening lads. True Squadron, mate. You're in high demand this weekend. You're on the ACOB show, and tonight I think you're on with Minifigure Mindset with Will, I believe. Sigs Bricks, there he is. Nick, how you doing, mate? Ken's in house, Brick Dynasty. Muttley's here. That's one super chat I gotta play. Remind me later, Muttley. Paddy the Theatre Dog, how are you doing? Hello. I'm out at the quiz. I'm absolutely going to know nothing about at a football club. We'll
Just
catch
send your
you all.
questions in here, Paddy the Theatre Dog, and I'll answer them all for you.
Yeah, Sarah, just send her questions in here. Those guys will help. I wouldn't have a clue. I'd know less than you probably. This guy looks new. Kellen 07. It's all too overpriced.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed. But I judge the sets on what they look like because I never pay full price anyway, so it's kind of like out there. But we'll get to that.
It's not what's on the outside; it's what's on the inside.
Yeah.
What's up, Coop?
My boy Garrett is there. Hello, mate. Me and Garrett had a chat the other day. He phoned me for a quick chat, and I ended up spending 2 or 3 hours chatting to him. So nice to get to know you, mate. And coming soon, me and Garrett have got some collaboration in the works. Keep a lookout over on the tubes and on Instagram for the advertisements. We got
some legends out there.
And Jedi Master Bricks was too busy to come on tonight. Sadly, he had more important things to do. So screw you. No, mate. Getting ready because I think he's flying to Spain, if I remember, tomorrow morning. So have a good holiday, mate. Just came back from holiday and he's back on going on another one. So all right for some.
Have a good one, mate.
Papa Rex is there. Jedi Master Bricks, another comment. I've seen the ice cubes. That's what I like to see, guys. Joel's Bricks, how we doing, mate? Joel, I like the new banner, mate. Give you a chance. I'm trying to sort of share some of that when I get some free time. Watching only 9 likers. Hit that shit. Yeah, guys, hit that like button. No reason not to do it now while I'm reading other people's names out. Slurpy's in the chat. What's Ultra saying? 0 interest in this Star Wars wave. Really, Ultra? We'll get the K2SO and Ewok some point down the line on a discount.
Oh, he's in Spain. He's in Spain.
I respect that, Ultra. I respect that.
No, yeah, I think he's right. I think JMB... No, I think he's right. Obviously, he's right. JMB said he was going tomorrow morning, bro. That was yesterday. So, yeah, it was today. So, have a good holiday, mate. Hulkenberg with his first podium finish. No idea what that's about, but
a guy came on the podium today after 239 races without ever winning a trophy.
Oh wow,
that's good. That one.
Don't really know anything about Monster Flavor. Yeah, whatever. Same mate, no clue. No matter how much space you have, you'll fill it with crap. Hey, yo. Oh, there you go, Muggsy lads there as well. That's a second super chat I got to play. Well, boys, hope you are well in an Irish accent. Everybody shouting each other out. Got myself a grey base plate. Pink Wheels is here. Pink Wheels, how we doing? Pink Wheels, I haven't forgotten about you. I know we said about getting you on the show. Just been flustered. But I am planning to, at some point this week, plan out all of July and all of August, maybe even early September's guests, because I've got a few people in the wings waiting. So,
love me some Pink Wheels.
Yeah, Pink Wheels.
She's absolutely terrific.
And I was really annoyed with myself because I came out of the lifts and I think it might have only been the second day, and I was a little bit kind of overwhelmed myself. First brick wall, lots going on. Being sort of torn apart by horses kind of thing. And I came out of the lift and I just kind of happened to look left and I saw her stood there. And I was like, hi, like, hello. But I wasn't sure whether she knew who I was, because that's what it's like sometimes with these people. You don't know whether they know who you are. And I was just like, we were heading for breakfast. making a beeline for breakfast before they closed it, and just said a quick hello to her. But I had the feeling she didn't know who I was. But afterwards, I did say, "Look, apologies, I didn't get a chance to chat to you." I just assumed, like,
even when you know a lot of people, there's just a lot of people there. Like, there's, I can't tell you how many people there's. I wanted to hang out with more, but everybody's a lot of zigzagging around, man. People going in different directions, doing different things. You know what I mean?
Well, I was also a bit bummed when I was in a chat. I think it might have been London Bridge. I can't remember, but Lego Team B were there, and I said, "Look, didn't get a chance to see you guys or chat to you guys more at Brick World," and they were like, "Yeah, every time we saw you, you were busy or wanted by other people." And I was thinking, well, I don't know when you saw me, but yeah. So, but yeah, it's one of those things. Next time.
Yeah.
You have to use your Lego names at Brick World. Yeah, absolutely.
It helps.
So hopefully it'll be a fun stream, Pink Wheels. We shall see. And also, you'll have to let me know what you want to talk about when we come on the show. So, I had my daughter fly up for the weekend, so I missed a good amount of social time. Yeah, look, we were like flat out. It was almost like ships in the night. Like I said, Padawan was there, and I think him, Ostiff, not so much more because I did spend a bit of time more, but still hadn't met CJ even when I went there. I've known each other probably one of the longest people I've known in the community, and I think I might have had two small conversations with him. Yeah, and even then I don't think he remembers them. So,
but we didn't spend enough time with each other, and it's one of the if not the only one of the only regrets I have from Brickworld.
Yeah, no, definitely no regrets, because I have to be careful what I say now, because I don't want people to think I had a bad time. Not at all. And of course, if you can't say too loudly that I'm gutted I didn't get to spend more time with you, because then you wouldn't have got to spend that time with somebody else. Do you know what I mean? And it's not like I spent my whole time with one person. So, you can only spread yourself so thin, guys. And I think certainly for your first time going to an event like that, it is quite tough to try and take everything in and be everywhere.
Yeah.
If I was to ever go again, I'd know what I want to do, what I didn't want to do, and I could maybe socialize a bit more and try not to worry about what I'm going to miss and what I'm not going to miss. So, it's just one of those things. It comes with experience, I guess. So, but that is the chat. So, I want to start from the bottom, and if you guys, let me just
started from the bottom now with you.
I want to knock this. Let me knock this friggin' music off. So I ranked. I'm going to tell you my ranks, but it's not really that relevant because obviously we're. And I'm keen to do this one first as well, purely because of our. Let me just find it. Okay, so this little beauty is my. Oh, that looks good like that, doesn't it? Don't ask me how I did that, but I scored this a 6.1, right? Because I'll just give my outside views because I'll just kick it off. I think it looks really accurate. I think they've done a fantastic job in such a small character, and I say small, obviously compared to the minifigures, huge, but compared to say Chewie, for example, where I don't think they got the level of detail on him, he's probably 3 times the size of this. But for something so small, I think it looks really good. I especially like the kind of what do you call it? The point, if you like, to his spear, or the spear of his spear. I don't know what you want to call it. The pointy piece of his spear. I don't really know how they did that. I'm trying to look at it and trying to see if that is that an extra.
I think it's a sword piece from. I think it's like a sword piece from Ninjago. It looks like one anyway, or like
it's like a mace, isn't it? Like a club sort of thing.
Ah, right. Well, I was looking at it. I was like, that's accurate. I thought it was a new element they made just for that. But I think in terms of it looking like what it's supposed to look like, great. Does it look a little bit creepy? Yes. Did we need it? No. And overall, it just doesn't do it for me, but mostly because I don't like these buildable characters. I don't know, is Wicket that big of a character when you think about some of the other kind of droids they probably could have done? I don't know. Some people love this kind of stuff. Clearly, Ultra's not buying anything, but he is going to keep a lookout for one of these. But I'm on the opposite side of the fence. I just think it looks good, but I ain't gonna buy this. Not even if this goes down to 20 quid, I probably wouldn't buy it. So that's me, guys. What do you think?
This is my number one, actually.
Really?
This is my number one, and I'm honestly, I will back this set to the death. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's bang accurate. A lot of these buildable figs, I know droids, you can't really get droids wrong, can you? Because they're robotic. It should be easy to do in Lego. But when you're doing characters that have facial expressions, this is just perfect.
But he looks like he needs to wee.
I know he looks he might look like he needs to go for a piss, right? But
he's desperate.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. He might need to piss, he might not. He's just a perfect. It's just a perfect set. This could be the best set of the year for me. I think.
Am I crazy, right? So let me. Sorry to interrupt you, but am I crazy to think that people would prefer to have a buildable, upscaled minifigure?
Nah,
this is so good.
Nah.
Because I saw those upscaled, like what was it, a Godzilla and a robot? Maybe not in that size, obviously, because that's silly. But even if you did it like, the size this is, but to look, like the the Harry Potter characters, whatever they are, Harry Potter.
I know what you mean.
I think they would have been better off doing something like that, because this is just.
This fits in with the line, doesn't it? The buildable figures. I mean, it's as close to. You will never get a more realistic looking buildable character across any. True, but
it doesn't fit in because the scale of this is way off. This is like off? This is bigger than. This is about the same size as. No, I think it's slightly bigger than R2.
I think. Yeah, I don't think the scale is.
He's smaller than R2. He's bigger than BB-8, but smaller than R2. And obviously BB-8's one of the older ones, but no, it's not right. It's not right. I'm sure he comes just above the knee of C-3PO, and that's
this is a one. This is a one for the wives set. This is what this is.
Call me an English wife, because this is
but I will probably end up buying this at like a 20-30%. Definitely go on like an Argos discount, and I will buy it because I think. Yes, he needs a piss. However, I think his facial expression is pretty accurate. He's pretty spot on. I don't mind it. Like, it's probably a 5-6 out of 10 for me, and I will get it. But it's a one for the wives set. I can guarantee you now, Sam would go, yeah, I'd have this all day. But Muggins has got to pay for it. Do you know what I mean?
It just doesn't look like a Lego set. If you take away the studs, this could be the closest thing to, like, an on-set sculpture that you could ever get with Lego, and that just impresses me. I love the eyes. Yeah, I will die on the hill that this is the best of the wave, but Hive's probably desperate to get into this set.
What are you talking about?
True Squadron likes it anyway, so you're not the only one. And then somebody called Kirsty Griffiths, absolute travesty to rate Wicked so low. Kirsty, she's watching, she loves this set. She loves Wicked, she loves cuddly animals, and okay, she does collect the buildables, so that probably will be in her collection, but I wouldn't touch it with his own twig. But go on, Hive. Let him have it, mate. Let him have it.
All right, look, everybody knows my nonsensical rage with Ewoks in general, but look, to be a little bit more on a serious side, no. I get where you're coming from, where you think that it looks, good to match, the movie and all that. But I get it because of the overall nature and look of the Ewok. But I have a few issues that, yes, the whole P-Walk thing is a big thing with the way it's standing. But I agree more with what Pinkwill said. It looks more like he's got a turtle head poking out and he's trying not to like crap or something. That's more my thing.
I didn't even see that comment.
And this is nitpicking, but this is the thing. You should have just had him standing with his legs side by side. Because I get how he stands, you know what I mean? But when he walks, they wobble. You know what I mean? So if you're going to do the walk, then they should have tried to do and they can do it, have him hit a little bit of a lean or something. So at least it looks like he's walking, not standing there clenching, a little turd or something. The other thing that I have an issue with is his mouth. because of the way they designed it, instead of making it full brown around and then having a little bit of tan between the lip and the nose, it looks like he's kind of missing an upper lip. It literally looks like almost like something out of a scary movie. Like somebody cut out his upper lip and he's just like, that's just his gums, like.
Yeah, got a point, to be fair.
That's kind of freaking me out even more on top of the normal nightmare fuel that Ewoks can generally have. So to those that love it though, yeah, man, buy it up. I know Ewoks are popular, and my tants. I mean, look how cute that face is, right? Aww.
It just looks so good.
Now I look at
they
it.
had just a little bit of that tan between the lip and the nose that would help it immensely. But yeah, those that like it, that's great. I know generally people do not like my take on Ewoks, but that's okay. Look, I kept the rant to a minimum.
That was pretty PG, wasn't it?
It was. I'm trying to be nice.
No, I knew I was going to be in the minority back in this setup, but people like what they like, don't they?
So I want to make one more take on this. So also, generally, most of the time, buildable stuff that's in the organic part, whether it's a Grogu or a Porg or any of that kind of stuff, I don't really like the organic stuff. Helmets are a little bit different, but I love droids. I think I like every single droid they've put out that's a buildable droid. I'm pretty sure. Even like the more downscaled ones or whatever, or 2-scale ones or whatever you want to say, like the K2SO or whatever like that. I think droids made in Lego are fantastic. And sometimes they pull off something organic that's really cute. I think they did a great job with Stitch. The Dalmatian that came out, man, that thing looked fantastic. Simba from The Lion King, that one, that looked great. Sometimes they really knock them out of the park, but generally they end up looking something like this.
Yeah. I mean, I'd want, the first thing I'd probably do, is swap out the eyes for some like red eyes or something like that, and that'd start look a little bit cooler. But yeah. So
I definitely put in a droid instead of an Ewok though, like an R4 or a Buzz droid. A buildable Buzz droid would be so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That would be cool.
But I would love to see UCS Droidica, man. I think that would look really sweet, dude.
No,
see, with the old style rubber band, so it can actually like flip in and roll and then flip out.
Right, cool. Right.
Kirsty, I'm with you there. I didn't even know I wanted this set till I saw it. Like when I saw the rumors of it, I thought, I ain't asked at all, because I like this. I'm not mad on Ewoks, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's just something about it that just tickles me fancy.
Ewoks defeated the Empire. This is essential for Star Wars fans. Debatable.
W comment right there.
What are we saying? Pulling up the Villa Boys. Catch you later on the lease. Oh, thanks, mate. Thanks for rubbing that in. Do a live call in from the hot tub, mate, or whatever you got.
Darth Wicked.
It's in scale with other buildables. No, is it really? I can't see
sure
that.
It is.
That'd have to be quite small then, because I'm pretty sure.
I think it's similar size. I think it's the same size as R2, but I think obviously in real life it's probably a few inches
smaller. He's smaller, and I know that because there's a scene at the end of when they're all celebrating, and he reaches up to try and give R2 a kiss on the thing, and he has to kind of stretch up like that and kiss him. So he's definitely not by a lot, but he's definitely shorter than him.
Well, I guess it depends on which R2 you're talking about too, because I've got the R2 before the last R2, which is bigger, so it makes Wicked a little bit smaller compared to that one. But yeah,
well, he's going to take it a third off. I mean, I don't know. Well, the thing is, I didn't see the Chewbacca come down a lot, personally.
I don't know. I think over here that set was on sale everywhere. Man.
Yeah, I bought
two. Squadron saying it. Oh.
For me, if a set goes on sale at Lego.com, it's selling poorly.
It's pish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pish. Hive's Ewok opinion was formed by the movie Clerks. Yeah. I didn't notice that, but Darth Wicked, the red eyes. I know they confirm or deny. Yeah. Sorry, guys, because I'm the only person doing the chat. I got to try and usually the other guys do this for me. Yeah.
No.
The ACOB guys did the measurements. Really? Wow. Well, fair play to them, because I was going to try and like free ball it. If that's the case, then I'm more disappointed with this, because then looking at the R2, which is right behind me from that current scale, this would have to be a lot smaller than I thought it was. See, I thought that plaque there wasn't to scale with the set, but it must be. And obviously we can see how big that plaque is. So this thing is quite small.
I will say it isn't much bigger, but it is a little bit bigger than I originally thought it was. Once I saw some different pictures of somebody like holding it and all that, I mean, it's still pretty small in my opinion, but it is bigger than I thought.
One thing I'll say as well, it is so overpriced, but obviously that's a recurring theme for fucking everything in this wave. So that I didn't bring that into conversation, because I think it's pretty common knowledge. This is a sale set, like all of them are. Just wait for a discount. Please don't buy any of these full price.
Yeah. I got into, it's interesting you mentioned that. So I made a comment in Tyler's thing about, we did, and I'll throw the pictures up in a sec, but basically he did some scale comparisons. I'm not even sure whether they were actually his pictures, but you know, he posted them on Instagram regardless. So I've got those as well. And I put a comment in there, something along the lines of, you know, this is for the MTT now, so going off the subject a little bit. And I said, the smallest and yet still the best, in my opinion. Obviously, I don't like having to say that, but I think it looks the best, right? And then I got absolutely berated. Like, my comments got like overnight got like 200 likes, right? So obviously there's people out there who agree or think it's funny regardless, but some guys were absolutely coming for me, like how can you say that? You're a shill for Lego. You saying that makes you part of the problem, because you'll pay any price for these sets when it's disgusting and they're doing this. And I'm like, oh, I said it looks nice, right? There is a 15-room mansion, 2 swimming pools, jacuzzis out in Beverly Hills that I like the look of. Does it mean I'm going to move in there? No. Does it mean I'm going to buy it? No. Does it mean I can afford it? No. But does it look good? Yes. That's all I said. Why are people going, oh, you're a shill for Lego? You're people like you getting paid by Lego. Like, who the hell's paying me? I don't know. Nobody's paying me. And I think, where do you do? And some guy basically went back and forth for a while. So I wasn't just like going to roll over and show my belly. So I was like going at it. Like, Tyler must have been seeing all these and getting notifications for all these comments. And I just thought, I'm going for it. And then I just started saying some stuff like, yeah, MTT, set of the year, possibly even set of the decade. Like, obviously, I don't really think that, but just really wanted to just stoke the flames on this guy. And it came to the end of it, and he's like, I'm just sick of seeing people like you who are, all you care, you're fanboys of the thing, and all you'll do is you'll pay the full price, top notch for everything, and you're hyping up these Lego sets. And I'm like, really, mate? Where have you seen me hyping up the Lego set? All I said was it looks better. Do you know what I mean? I said, I won't be paying full price for this. I'll be paying for this, if I do buy it at all, the end of 2026, maybe. I said, so, don't read into that comment and assume you know who I am. But he calmed down in the end. But there was loads of people coming for me. Something like, how was there somebody said? Clearly your wife has been lying to you if you think the smaller one is better and stuff like that. It's just like, what? So, well, I love it, mate.
It comes in full circle, because I was getting shade for calling the V19 torrent shit, and I'm like, hey, you do you then, bro. Like, just my opinion that it's fucking crap.
What is wrong with somebody saying, I like this set? And I think the V19 torrent is great. So I hear Padawan's description, regardless of the fact that we're associated, whatever. But the same with anybody who makes a comment. I look at it and I go, my response to somebody saying they like a set or don't like a set, whatever, that I feel the opposite way about is, okay, interesting take. Ooh, that's a hot take. That's it. That's the extent of it. Not, no, I need to try and convince you you're wrong by making arguments. It's like, what? Oh, Christ. It must be an age thing. I mean, these got to be teenagers. But anyway, moving on. K2SU, right? No, so my rating for this dude was I try to remember this because it
Yeah,
wasn't. Hi, Sam. So a 6.8, and I'll say this right again. I'll open it up. I love the character. Probably one of the best, certainly from the Disney era. Certainly one of the best characters the Star Wars and Disney has created. Original idea for a character, looks great. You know, the guy who voices this guy is an absolute legend, and I just love this character. One of my favorite characters. Kirsty loves this character as well, so it's like a fan favorite for us.
The set is
so dry. Yeah, dry humor. Looks kind of good, like the way they've done it. Technically, it's strong, but again, a little bit like the Wicket. There's something about this just not right. And when me and Kirsty were debating it last night, she was saying that the face and the eyes just aren't right.
Yeah.
They look like, I can't remember what she said, but the eyes just kind of look like it looks like the evil version, you know, before he's turned good. And it's just something about it that's not. I don't look at this and see, you know, friendly comedy. I know it's difficult to put that in, but I again, technically, I think it's strong, but overall, I still don't like it enough.
If you squint, it looks like he's wearing glasses from the 60s.
I can totally see it too.
Tyler, I'm just
Looks
going to
like
let you know, mate, while you're in the chat, I did message you first, but I've rinsed some of your pictures, mate, some of your images. I know not all of them were yours. Some of them were, what's his blobs? But I've rinsed some of your pictures to use here, mate. So if you're really against it, let me know. But yeah, so, you know, what are we saying, guys? I mean, I think that's as much as I'm going to say on this. This one I'm probably more likely to buy if I see it at a good price, but I think I'd be more inclined to buy it for Kirsty, but she said that she's not a fan of this either. Not enough of a fan of this. So
it's an 8 out of 10 for me, purely on the fact that I think out of all the buildable droids so far, it's probably my favorite. However, I've just clicked on the B1 battle droid and the staff is also there, which I think is better. So,
yeah, I don't know.
I think I need to look at it again, but I think I will pick this up. I'm gonna I'm gonna lie to myself. I'll pick them all up, but it's whether what discount I pick them up at. You know what I mean?
You got space to fill.
Do I FPJ 10%?
You got holes that need filling. You have.
Yeah. 10% is like it's a good set. 20% is like it's all right. 30% is like not keen. 40% is dog shit. That's kind of my thinking. That's why I do it.
I've got this ranked at number 3. I think, and again, like what I said last time, value is a recurring theme here. But I would say that it's between this and maybe the Django play set. This is probably the best value set for price. I think it's 80 snicks here, is it? 80 quid. I think if I'm right, and it's 80 quid for like 845 pieces, decent figure. Again, that's probably too expensive, but compared to the other ones, I think this is best bang for your buck out of the whole wave. And I do quite like it. Like, I do like it. I'm not going to go out my way to get it, but I think it's pretty good.
There's just so much empty space. I mean, he's the complete opposite of Wicket. Wicket had his legs too close together. This guy's legs are too far apart. I mean, you could fit a Wicket between his legs.
He's got holes that need filling.
It's just, I don't know. It just seems like a lot of dead space.
I
mean, I know
feel like this is a better representation, though.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
I mean, there's no way this scales with the others, right?
I think it does.
No, because he's way tall. I mean, these things are like supposed to be like what, like almost 8 feet tall or something.
Isn't it the same size as Chewie?
Oh, maybe.
I'm gonna measure it.
See if it's have you got pictures on? It's been revealed on the Lego website, hasn't it?
Yeah, so I'll get the dimensions off Lego and then I'll compare it to I don't know, like C3. I haven't got C3. I'll compare it to tubes. That'd be a good comparison.
Have you got the dimensions for tubes there?
I've got a tape measure, so I'll just measure it myself.
Do you want me to get it on the website? Why have you got a tape?
I will say that
You've got constantly rearrange shelves in this room. That's why I got a tape measure.
You got some insecurities, brother.
I'm gonna try and wait and see if I can get a deal on this thing, But I will say I agree with Nimble that I think it's probably the best bang for your buck. And when I was talking about how like there's a few of the sets that are like good sets and good prices. I think this is about one of those sets. And if I can't get a good deal on it or whatever, because over here it's like 100. If I can't get a good deal on it, I'm still gonna probably pull the trigger and buy it before it retires. Because I love droids. And I didn't want C-3PO because, like, I know he's iconic and stuff, but C-3PO, I like him kind of, you know what I mean? But he's not, like, my favorite droid by any means. So I just didn't care. But K2SO is a rad droid. K2SO is a great thing that came out of the Disney Star Wars era. I will tell you that much, man. There's definitely some good stuff that has come out, you know what I mean, since Disney took over. I will give them credit too. And K2SO is one of those really good characters, man. Awesome looking droid. Yeah.
He's an inch shorter than Tubes.
Oh, is that not accurate though?
41 centimeters tall, apparently he is. And I measured him against Tubes from both the base and the bottom because Tubes stood on a base. So I measured it from the bottom of the base because that's how tall he's going to be, and he's about an inch shorter than Tubes, so he's quite tall.
Let's Google out. So Chewie's 7'6" apparently,
and K2 is 41 centimeters. 16 inches because Hive only use metric.
Apparently, K2SO is taller than Chewie in real.
There's no way.
See,
he stands at 8.2 feet tall.
Who's that? Wow.
K2SO apparently stands at 8.2 feet. And
I thought he was 8 feet.
So the Lego website's lying to us.
This is on.
What a surprise!
Yeah, well, it's not like they pay attention to detail.
This is on the actual Star Wars website too.
Starfish Bricks, how we doing, mate? You're on the list, mate, to come on the show. I know we chatted briefly at Brick World, and it was nice to meet you, mate. And guys, go and check out Starfish Bricks and Fit Lego Guy. They're doing a collaboration. There's a bunch of other guys as well. I believe Lego Timmy. I want to say TJ. A bunch of guys doing a collaboration over July into August, I believe. Go and check them out. Ranking every Star Wars set ever. I mean, that's a mammoth.
Hive, how much is K2SO retailing for you guys over there?
It should be 100. Let me double check.
100. Is it 80 quid for us, CJ?
It might be, but I better double check just to make sure.
Which I think £80 with a cheeky 10%, maybe even a 20% discount. This is so worth it, I think, personally.
Yeah. You wait. This would be like 66 quid in Smiths in a few months, and that's a good set for like 60 odd quid in it.
I wish I had a Smiths closer to me. I got a Smiths further away than Lego store, so I never go to Smiths ever.
I'm so lucky. I'm within 15 minutes.
Oh, I apologize. It's not 100. It's 90. But for us, by the time you slap on the tax, it's going to be $100.
Okay,
but it is $89.99.
You know what upsets me, and this has perfectly proven my point, is to hang on. We suffer more than you guys, even with the tariffs. So £80 to US dollars is $110. So we're paying over the odds.
No, I totally agree with you.
Bullshit. It pisses me off.
It's real easy to look at different countries on a surface level and be like, oh, they got it cheaper than us, or theirs is more expensive than us. But the one thing that we don't take into consideration is your guys' whole economy, your living expenses, the way your guys' culture, you know what I mean? Like, as far as like how much you're already taxed, you know what I mean? Because you guys are taxed way more than us on a more grander scale. So yeah, like, it's real easy to be like, oh, you guys only got to pay 80, we pay 90. But yeah, in essence, yeah, you guys, I think, have it worse than us, like what you just said, what you pointed out. You know what I mean?
And this is why Sam's like, why do you want to go live in America so much? Because it's cheaper in every way.
And here's the other thing. This is something I pointed out for years since knowing all you guys and stuff, especially talking to Greg for a long time. See, over here, we have tons of Walmarts and Targets and other stuff, man, we're just, especially Walmart's, like it's just mad clearance on things. You know what I mean? And it's not that you guys don't get clearance, but we just have it on such a bigger scale that it's so much more easier for us to get stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah,
we just wait for Muttley to put in the group chat that this is 40% off, and we're like, yeah, sweet.
Muttley's the guy, man.
Muttley's our version of Brick Dynasty's app.
So Pigwills brings up a good point, though. Yeah, that's a whole different discussion about US team are taking it sick. Yeah, but that's a whole.
You get guaranteed days off and free healthcare. Winning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, saying that though, Pink Wheels, it ain't. You don't get the level of what you get in the US.
You know, like, and here's the thing:
you gotta be dying, and you go to the doctors, and they'll still turn you away here. It might be free, but it's
paracetamol.
Like it's a big discussion. But I will tell you this, and I know this is a very easy way to explain something, but you can't put a price on a peace of mind, and I would imagine that goes along with your health as well. I mean,
it's like insurance on like your boiler and stuff like that.
But you are right. It comes with complications. Nothing's easy. That's for sure.
No, it's like years and years for long. If you've got a long, I'm not going to go too much into this. We've talked about it before, but if you've got like a long-term illness or, you know, it's going to remain long-term. It ain't getting fixed. Like nobody's booking you in.
Yeah.
So,
if I say it quickly, the one thing I discovered when I was speaking to the boys and that is, we do dumb shit. You guys do dumb shit. We have good stuff. You have good stuff. There's to and fro in every aspect.
Definitely. I'm just glad that we're able to buy a bunch of Lego if we.
Yeah.
Timmy's in the chat. Shreddy's in the chat. How's it going, guys?
What's up?
Shreddy's doing a pop in. Come on back when you can. And look, Tyler's obviously lurking. You've thrown a couple of comments in. Tyler, I've thrown you a link, mate. Come on in. Have your say if you want. There's a seat available for now. If you haven't, or if you ain't already sick to death of talking about it, I guess. So,
I did want to say one more time that this set kicks ass.
Yeah,
it's such a good set, and I totally agree with Nimble. The more I think about it, the price, man, that's pretty. I mean, it's really good in Lego standards, but even on my standards, like, sure, it could knock off $10, $20 or whatever. You know what I mean? But I think, if I remember correctly, it does stand pretty tall. If I remember correctly, it does. It definitely gives a presence.
Yeah,
but it just looks so good. Yeah. Totally.
So next up we have, if I can freaking find it, there he is. Is that him? Yeah. Okay, so this one for me is 7.3. Now a 7 and above is where I start to make purchases. And it's not that strict, but anything sort of 8 above, definite buy. 7 and above, yeah, possibly if the price is right down the line. But again, I don't pay full price for anything generally. So, but anything below a 7, I wouldn't touch it. But again, opening thoughts on this box art. Oh, woo! I like the box art on this. This is a standout for box art, and I believe one of the set is the same. I can't remember which one, but It's just we've been complaining about box art. They I wouldn't say they're listening, but they've obviously reacted a little bit because the box art in this does remind me of those older box art sets, you know, before my era, because, you know, I've always been an adult for Star Wars Lego. But in terms of, you know, seeing what other people see, seeing some of those old boxes that I've come across over the time, it is there. And in fact, it's probably in some ways better because the quality of the picture is better. The way they've got all the figs in action, great. Now, from the chassis down, from the chassis up, and I'm not going to talk too much about figs because I'm going to do the figs separate at the end. And this is the first set that's really got figs worth talking about. So hopefully you guys agree with me. With some of these, we have to almost go into separate detail with the figs, and we'll do that at the end, or, you know, towards the end. But the chassis above, the detail on that, yes, they've had to downscale it, but considering the fact they've downscaled it and made it look more accurate than any previous version of Turbo Tank, I think is very well done. But from the chassis down, the wheels, they're still spindly. I think before we compared it to like that child's toy, that caterpillar thing where the legs are kind of all over the place. I've got one version of the old version of a turbo tank. I might even have two, and the legs are just kind of all over the place. And then you see it in universe, and it's just solid. The wheels do have some suspension to them, but it's all built into this kind of like this encased unit, and it's like, it's not like, you know, these just wiry legs everywhere. And this has made an improvement on that, but it's still not quite there. I still see the wheels looking a bit gangly, and I don't know why, but it just really puts me off. And just the way they've built the wheels as well. So for me, top half good, bottom half still not right.
I was into this set, and then I saw the Solid Bricks review, and look at the size difference to them all.
Yeah, I've got that picture as well. I've got the picture up, Padawan. We'll get to it. And in fact,
of it.
We'll leave this up for a bit. We'll let everyone do their thing, and then I'll throw it up next. Okay.
Make Lego Star Wars big again.
I agree. I mean, look, as far as play scale goes, if I was a kid, and look, I'm not even trying to compare being a kid now being compared to a kid, whatever, 20 years ago or 15, 10 years ago, when a lot of earlier sets were coming out and stuff. But if I was a kid and I didn't care about money, yeah, this would be fun to play with. But as far as the downscale, if it was cheaper, it'd be a little easier to handle. But this is a combination of shrinkflation plus, rising prices. It's quite disgusting if you ask me. I mean,
turbo stank.
Turbo stank. It's not so turbo. Yeah, I'm not digging this one that much, man.
No, this set I ranked it bottom on my list, and I don't actually own a turbo tank yet, so my opinions differ quite a lot with a lot of you, like you guys who have been collecting the whole time. Say, for example, the Art 170. I'm just going to use this as an example. I really like the new one, but I didn't have the older ones to compare it with to think, oh, this is shit compared to what I had before. So, but for me now, looking at this turbo tank, I think it's just not good enough, is it? There's so many things wrong with it. I think a lot of us have watched that Solid Brick Studios review. I mean, the playability, this is supposed to be a set where kids can mess about with it, and you just can't pick it up without it falling to pieces. I mean,
oh really?
What are you going to do, right? This is on the shelf for 140 quid for us, and then you've got that absolute banger of a set, the ATTE. It's 20 quid less than this. It's just an obvious answer in it. Like, how can you go from that banger of a set, ATTE, to this in just a couple years down the line, adding 20 quid onto the value? It's just, and it should have been a UT80, shouldn't it? It shouldn't have been a turbo tank.
Well, and then the audacity to call it a juggernaut. Are you kidding me?
It's just
a juggernaut.
Boring, isn't it?
A juggernaut. That's what it really is, man.
I think this would only have been acceptable in terms of its size and what it looks like if they'd done one solid color and released it as a Mando set with a couple of pirates or whatever trying to attack it, and even then at a push. But because it's less prevalent in that show, but also quite a cool scene, a cool episode where that turbo tank or that juggernaut appears. I was surprised they didn't bring it back for then. But I think personally, they've just done this as just a reason to release those figures again, which we'll get to. But it's almost like, well, we've got to put them with something. The only thing I will say about this, I do like the fact that they've kind of paired this up quite nicely with the MTT. So it's been years since Lego did that, where it's like a large ship on one side, a large ship or whatever on the other side, and they can kind of battle. So, for kids buying these, which I don't know what kids are buying these or parents are buying these for kids, that is, you've got that battle there. You've got, equal amount of, because there's 2 Jedi, I believe, in the other one. And this one comes with 3 battle droids. And then, of course, so it's, it's a nice, I like the idea of the opposing forces of those 2 sets.
But I get what you're saying. It's nice having the option on shelves, isn't it? To get both, but it's just not good enough, man. And I know that a lot of people are saying it, but it just ain't good enough, man. Lego do better. fix up.
Hell build, yeah. Look, I agree. I think accurately wise, but I haven't seen this thing you guys are talking about, so I don't know how sort of solid and I guess reliable it is. But in terms of how it looks, I think considering they've scaled it down, I think
you know what.
Accurate.
This is a trend that we might as well just start getting used to. It's just like with the U-Wing. There's going to be a whole new generation of A-fall collectors, T-fall collectors that are waiting for a set to come out, whether it be something like this or whatever, and then it comes out, and then even in those groups of people, there's going to be split into two groups. There's going to be people that know and very familiar with what the old sets look like, so they're going to be comparing them. And then there's going to be the other side of people that probably just don't care, didn't even know, and they're happy with this because they didn't know what they had or what they could have had or whatever. And I don't know what to tell anybody, you know what I mean? Because some people will be fine with this, especially with the figs. It's really more, again, about the price more than anything.
Yeah, the price is just...
Like some people be like, okay, I can accept, I got a smaller turbo tank or whatever, but god dang, man, what 160 bucks?
Well, at the risk of sounding like a shill for Lego, but yes, you're right, True Squadron, MIDI scale and Ultra Bricks, two comments together, which kind of sum something up for me a little bit, which is that the best thing I've ever seen in Lego personally since I joined this community some 8-9 years ago, whatever it was, is MIDI scale ships for a couple of reasons. One is because I like display items, right? I prefer display items than playable things, than massive sets. That's just me, right? I just think it looks good. It's more of a vibe. I haven't got like an office where I'm going to put them up on a shelf in the office, but that's the kind of vibe they kind of went for. And I think that suits me personally, but also suits my situation where I haven't got space for lots of sets. A lot of the sets I build, I have to take apart to make space for others, if at all. But the MIDI scale sets work for me, and that's why, yes, it's disappointing in terms of when you're talking about the money that we're spending for a downscaled set. You can't get away from that argument. That's categorically wrong. But in terms of what the actual physical output is, if it looks good, the detail is right, and it fits on my shelf and takes up a lot less, it's got a smaller footprint than a massive version would have, so I can get maybe 2 or even 3 of these sets in the space of a bigger one, then that's right up my alley. And yeah, I almost want to say to True Squadron, I think I would have preferred if they shaved some of the price off and made this even smaller again and made it just MIDI scale with no internal, just so that it looks good. And I would have been all for that because that's the kind of thing I enjoy. So I was the guy who liked the Kylo Ren shuttle because of the sort of shape and size of it. Because
it's just the price. It's just the price.
Yeah, 100%. And you should expect more for that because, figures, whatever. It's got lots of playability, probably lots of features. But internally, this is probably, you probably can barely get a couple of figs in there.
140 quid's just like, it's getting dangerously silly, isn't it? Like when you think that maybe in a couple of years' time, these sort of sets are going to be hitting like 150, 160, and then even to get them on a good sale, like you're looking at this set could be like 120 on a sale, and even then, it's a lot of dough, isn't it? For this, it's just getting scary.
Nate, what's up, brother? Clever Pig, how we doing, mate? Nice to see you here.
I'm so curious to see what the prices are in the States. What's this in States? 160 USD. This is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but this is one of those ones like the ATT.
It's 20 quid more than the ATT here, which I think is just scandalous.
But even in a deal like the ATT, I don't think I've seen it come lower than like 90 quid, and it's been out around for a while now. Like that one's due to retire, so
but
I don't think
worth
still be the same.
Good value, isn't it? Like if you pick that ATT up for 90 quid, that's good value, I think. Whereas I think even if you get this set for 90 quid, that probably sounds about right.
Yeah, but you've got to remember, Nimble, when the ATT came out, and I know this is more expensive, so that argument doesn't really help this. But people complained about the price of the ATT as well when it came out, that it was too much, because at that point it probably was.
Right.
So
yeah.
we're only comparing it to the last great thing. Do you know what I mean? And it's difficult to do that
Yeah.
because so much time has passed since then. You're talking about the whole inflation thing. It's just such a sliding scale when you compare like what you actually pay for it. Because somebody made a good point when I said about, well, I don't pay full price, so it doesn't really factor in. But they're right, because if, let's say the set is 150, but I'm going to wait for it to be 100 before it's coming down by 50 quid. What's that? 25% off, right?
Yeah.
Or 50% off. So I'm going to wait for it to come to that before I buy it. But if it'd been 130 quid, then the cheapest it might go is 80 quid, for example. Do you see what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm still paying more, even if I'm buying it at its lowest price. And I get that. I understand that. But I still won't buy it unless I think it's the price that I believe it should be. MTT, for example, I think that's worth 90 quid. If it doesn't come down to 90 quid, I won't buy it.
Just
And
about
I'll still like it. I'll still like it, but I won't buy it. You know?
Yeah.
So
you can like something, and then I think I was watching this or that Star Wars, and I think one of the lads said, like, it's the sort of set and this was talking about the MTT, I think it's the sort of set you would love as a present because you want it, but you don't want to spend your own money on it.
that's me at the moment with the Star Destroyer, with the anniversary figure and the Dark Falcon. That I don't like them enough to spend that money to go out and get them.
Yeah,
if they were bought for me, I'd be chuffed, you know.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. And that's a brilliant example to use for a set, isn't it? I like it, but it's not my own. It's not my own money like it.
Nate, what are we saying, Nate? Let's have a look. With vehicles that are expected to be absolutely massive in universe, it's disappointing to see the scale that they have, especially at the price. Yeah, otherwise, definitely agree, Cool Han. No, you're right. You're right. This should be a monstrosity. But, you know, if you imagine the days back when we were in the 80s, for me, Hive is probably more able to kind of chime in on this one. But when you used to buy like G.I. Joe set thingies and like He-Man, and you'd get these massive ships with them and these massive things. In fact, they were oversized because He-Man would sit on this thing like a little bike type thing. When it came out, you could fit about 4 figs on it. And I remember having, they were called Action Force here, but G.I. Joe out in the US. And you'd have these little figures with lots of posability. And I remember having this like sea platform type thing. It was massive. It was this huge thing like this. And you just
aircraft carrier.
Yeah, and stuff like that. Absolutely. So, and that's what it used to be for us. Don't get me wrong. They were big money. Probably not big money compared to this. I mean, you know, obviously for inflation, but they might have been, I don't know, say 50 quid for Castle Grayskull or $60 for Castle Grayskull in the 80s. But that was still like, you know, a week's work for your parents. Do you know what I mean? Or whatever. So,
so that's the thing too, is so imagine like, sure, Lego turbo tank, whatever is really awesome. You know what I mean? But if you're young or growing up, like, yeah, Lego's cool. But imagine like just a regular, like we were talking about, like with the action figures or whatever that come out. You know what I mean? Imagine like a bigger turbo tank. They do a bigger one. And even if the price would be cheaper, you know what I mean? Like, how long is it going to take before people like, or kids would rather have that bigger one? They can put action figures in instead of like a smaller version. Because again, this stuff's only going to get smaller and smaller until they can't go to smaller anymore. And then they're going to have to just keep raising the price. Also, Clever Rig brought up a good comment about the problem is if today's price goes up, so does the sale price. So getting stuff on clearance and sale, it's still better than buying full price. But yeah, eventually it's only going to replace what a normal price would have been, you know, the year or two before that.
Yeah. And look, you know, when we talk about upscaling things a bit too much, the UCS dropship is an example where, for me, yeah, on display, fine. If you don't put your figures in a set or whatever, UCS doesn't, you know. But to me, it just didn't, because the figures were just slight, well, not slightly, but a little bit too small to go in there. I just thought that was a huge turn off for me. So it's like, you know, obviously with a turbo tank, it'd have to be massive. You know, it'd have to be like the size of a desk for that to be outscaled. But still, I think there's a point where you can kind of go a bit too big and kind of ruin it. But I don't know. So are we done with this? Should we put this to bed? Obviously, the figures are the figures are worth talking about on this one.
Get it gone.
Yeah,
I did the math. I was just saying. I put a comment in the chat. I did the math on 4 different sets, and I worked it out that roughly 30% of our retail price we see on shelves in the UK is tax.
Wow.
The math ain't mathing, mate.
So 20% is VAT, and then we pay an extra 10% for import because we don't have a Lego factory in the UK anymore. We used to have one in Ireland back in the 80s, but we don't have one anymore.
I didn't know.
I think our nearest factory is Poland, isn't it?
Yeah, so we get Poland's our nearest factory. We need one in the UK. If we had one in the UK, we could see our set prices go down, or at least be 10% cheaper.
Yeah.
But I don't know though. What do you mean? What do you mean? The set prices won't go down?
No, they won't
What
go
do you
down.
mean the base
What
price?
they will factor in the big one. We pay a flat rate VAT, right? So 20%, right? European tax. We left the European Union, but we still pay European tax. And then because importing commercial goods into the UK, it's an extra 20% on top of shipping and overall value of goods. But yeah, I worked it out that basically 30% of the retail price we see in the UK on the shelves is tax.
Pink Wheels, hold that thought, because that's a really good separate discussion, because it doesn't connect necessarily to Star Wars. That can be something we talk about when you come on the show, because I got a bit to say on that as well. But yeah, 100%. You have to kind of, I mean, I already consign what I collect in that I don't collect UCS. It's just no point. I got nowhere to put it. And I'd rather have 10 smaller sets and then not have to buy those 10 smaller sets than one big set. So I've had to consign things, but that doesn't mean I haven't got a backlog, which is kind of embarrassing to look at. But yeah, you're right. You almost want to keep, the more they're coming out with, the more you're having to kind of, remove things from your diet kind of thing. So, but yeah, no, 100%. Like I don't know. Well, I almost think that I don't know whether it's I might be going off the point a little bit now, but I think it's sometimes I believe in these kind of conspiracy theories, if you like, where if Lego had a way of getting distribution in the UK, that would just be money for them to fluff the nests of the shareholders. That wouldn't be, let's give this back, or by keeping the bottom line down. I don't see that. I think it's like, now our shareholders can have 2 yachts instead of 1 because we've got a distribution center in the UK.
Lego ain't asked about saving us money, mate. They ain't bothered about.
Well, somebody
here and there.
Somebody brought up that point about the either factory distribution center that you're building over here in America. That it's not going to lower the prices. I didn't even think about it, but yeah, it's not going to lower the prices. It's just going to stuff ships faster. That's all. We'll just get sets faster. You know what I mean, or production faster. But the overall factor, I think that what Clever Pig was mentioning is like they're gonna charge, for this stuff. You know what I mean? It's gonna take into consideration everything they do. I would imagine takes into consideration the price of all their products.
Where's the ceiling though? Where's the ceiling? Do you know what I mean? Because you're going out of the realm of kids will never be able to buy this shit. Do you know what I mean? So like you're going from you can't really say you're in the kid, or you're in the toy market because you're just pricing yourself out of that market.
Without getting too off the rails, there's a bigger question, and it's beyond Lego. It just has to do with Lego as well. There's a lot to it, so obviously, but about inflation. The Federal Reserve Bank, how money's created, this stuff, fractional banking. There's a lot of stuff because shrinkflation is part of because the value of currency, whether it's our currency, Canada, your guys' whatever, it's slowly shrinking, because the purchasing power, you know what I mean? Because of supply and demand. There's a lot of stuff that goes along with it. But you notice how, again, shrinkflation, it's a thing. How much longer until they shrink too much? Or the cost is just too much, because it's not like wages generally keep up with all these prices and inflation and everything else. Just like when they raised the prices at a couple digits a couple summers ago, because of COVID, and inflation went to like 8-9% or whatever. They and justifiably so. Production costs, materials, they rose. I get it, but then when all this stuff comes back down, Lego doesn't bring the prices back down either.
Yeah.
They don't adjust that way. They only adjust one way. That's it.
They only flex one direction.
Right. So how much further is everything going to go? And again, not just Lego, but everything in general. You know, the prices of everything have continuously gone up. If you get to be like my age, you realize, you know, there was always the funny saying about the old person going like, back in my day, bubble gum cost a nickel. It's not that it cost a nickel. It's just that the purchasing power of our dollar just shrank to where now a nickel costs like $1.45 or whatever.
A nickel was a week's work, like.
Yeah, so there's a lot to it, but like to the point that Padawan's making is like, where's going to be that line? You know what I mean? Like eventually something's going to have to give.
It's us guys. Unless we start some absolute revolution or rebellion where everybody queues at the door, well, let's just say let's keep it relatively, you know, current news. We start an underground revolution that everybody across the world is going to queue up outside the Lego store for the Death Star release, and they're going to open the doors and no one's going to set foot in there. They're just going to stand there.
Can I ask you guys a question?
We ain't buying.
I'm curious what you guys' thoughts on this. This is totally serious. So something that's always kind of bothered me, and I ran about it, but I am kind of serious too at the same time, is the premium aspect of stuff. Because I don't want to dismiss how great Lego is, the designs, some of the sets, you know what I mean? We all agree, you know what I mean? Like beautiful stuff, right? But when you slap a premium on like basically, you know, a kid's toy, because it seems like the prices and everything about it, you know what I mean? Even almost the pretentiousness, a little bit of it.
It's their own definition.
Well, it's going more and more and more towards like the upper class, like kids that have parents with money. You know what I mean? Because yes, we can keep going on buying stuff on clearance or in sales or whatever, but like ultimately, it's just like I think it's outpacing everybody. And I wonder if it's because of that premium tag to it. You know what I mean?
I don't believe in premium, right? Because if you take any other premium product across handbags, perfume, anything. It doesn't go in clearance, or almost never goes in clearance. Lego strategically goes into clearance, and I know this because this is why I say I know this. But they do it on purpose. They know that they are gonna bottom line this out. This set, for example, $100, and they in the US it's slightly different to the UK, but in the US they aggressively merchandise down towards that. So, which is why you see deals coming on like very, very early, because it's like, no, this is just the inflated price. And I say the inflated price, that I'll use an example of where did we go recently? And it was like a local fair or something. And then the local pub put their prices up by like a pound extra per pint each, just because there was an event going on. And then everything went back down. So it's like, they're almost doing that. So it's like the set's coming out, we'll bump it up. We obviously don't see these figures, but they bump it up, and it's almost like we'll add the bonus amount on top of this, which is the numpties buying day one bonus, they probably call it. And there's probably people in head office going, how many of those knobheads paid for that stupid ridiculous price we put on it, popping champagne bottles whilst watching the queues of people paying $20 extra for something, you know, that they know that their actual price is at least 20. Do you know what I mean? And again, conspiracy theory maybe, but when a company puts its own like other companies are premium because people class them as premium. Lego classes itself as premium. You know what I mean? So it's like, who's giving it that? We all just assume it's that. And don't get me wrong, it is a good quality product. It lasts long. I've still got the Lego that my parents bought for me, you know, 40 years ago nearly. Well, more than that. I've still got the Lego from when my brother was a kid. So in the 70s, you're talking like 45, 50 years ago, right? And it is a good quality product. I'm not saying that. But when you see products like that regularly going into clearance, aggressively going down in price to the point where you can almost say, I can say now this by January will be 20% off. That doesn't scream premium product to me.
Well,
that's just,
and I totally agree with you, because I brought that up before, because when I first got into the Lego space, you know, and I brought these questions up about as it became more premium, so to speak, you know what I mean? And I bring this up, and yeah, a lot of people would be like, well, premium means like, you know, stuff doesn't go on sale, clearance, you know what I mean? That's not what it's really about. And I'm like, well, now there's a whole, on the website, there's a whole thing for sales and clearance. We go to any Lego store pretty much, there's like the bin of the, you know, the boxes on clearance. Yeah, I also think honestly, there's a lot of parallels to what they did 20 some years ago to what they're doing now, and where they almost went bankrupt. They're just blowing money on stuff that they probably really shouldn't. But the other thing is overproduction. And it's not like I went to college or school for this stuff, man. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know where the analytical data would fall in. Cause yeah, if you make too much of something, yeah, then you're gonna have to throw it on sale. But there's some things I think should be more clear mistakes that they should learn from. And, like I was mentioning this morning about the F1 CMF series and how dude, total dog. Like, come on.
Arse, innit?
Like, really? Like, even for the F1 fans, I'm like, really? Like, because you're talking about a CMF series where generally we have like all these wild, beautiful CMFs, prints and molds and all this stuff. And then you give us this. But I was saying, like, I've seen boxes of them, like four boxes at like all the stores, like each, just full almost.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen? All those,
Clicking Cliff, Amy, how we doing? Amy, hopefully the dog, or hopefully Nix's dog is okay.
Yeah, poor baby.
Cliff, nice to have you in here, mate. Saw you in the chat for GMB earlier today. So, yeah. But no, look, 100% agree. I don't know. And it's hard to say this as a Star Wars and a Lego fan, but I think they're making too many sets. And like, we were talking about it. Where were we talking about it? I think it was me and Garrett were talking about it. Anyway, I was talking to her about, Whittakee came down to pick up his stuff from Brick World. And we were having a little chat. We went out with some food and we had a little chat. And I was like, what they stopped doing the helmet set. They start doing the helmet set. They do 3 dioramas, then they do no dioramas. They do 3 MIDI scales, and they're kind of random. Like, who wanted an acclimator? Well, yeah, no Star Destroyer, and then nothing, and then a random ones. Why don't they just do like? I would be happy if they just did 1 a year, 1 helmet, 1 diorama, 1 MIDI scale a year. Along with other sets, don't get me wrong, but it's like it makes it more manageable. I know, obviously, I'm just saying what suits me, but I just feel like you're pumping stuff out. You're either redoing stuff probably too early, or you're just putting stuff out for the sake of it. I
don't know though. I think I'd only say it'd be nice if Lego were doing less if it meant they were putting more effort into what they were doing. I think it's quite nice having a lot of choice. There's a lot of price ranges, albeit now they're starting to get heavier and heavier and heavier. But I think there is a nice range at the moment, and the only way I'd say do less is if it meant that they were going to put more time and care into what they were doing.
No, 100%. Crimson Toaster, hey. Crimson, you're on the list, mate. I'm going to try and set up you to come on the show. I know you've been nagging me about it, but you are on the list, mate. I'm going to set it up. But Nick brings up a fantastic point here. Premium would have accurate products and figs. And that's 100% right. You don't put out like a Gucci bag where the G's are all upside down, like, or whatever, do you? So,
see, I feel a little bit the opposite of Nimble, though. Like, I feel that if they made less sets in a year,
that's what I was saying.
They make roughly 800 or so sets in a year. Maybe they can put more time, attention, and detail to some of these other ones, without messing up maybe the production cost overall. You know what I mean?
I'm just glad that I don't like Harry Potter or trains or dragons or whatever. I'm just glad I don't like anything else because I struggle as it is. I'm only buying about half of the Star Wars sets, and even then, it's like a bit of a push. I just don't have. Yeah, you're right. Well, again, so it's worth saying though, Hive, that while you were away, I was making the point they're making too many, and they should spread them out a little bit just across Star Wars.
Yeah,
but 1 MIDI scale, 1 helmet, 1 diorama.
Yeah, I mean, instead of the CMF F1 stuff, maybe instead of doing all that, maybe just make like a F1 helmet. You know what I mean? You could probably put a rad design on it or something like that.
Sounds good.
But I wanted to bring up something too. Sometimes it gets very difficult. And look, I know this is like, first world problem stuff, but like take somebody like, we'll just take Padawan for a second. Padawan is a huge Star Wars fan, but he's also a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Like seriously, like serious fan. Okay. Padawan likes all kinds of other stuff like the rest of us, so we can go in a bunch of different directions. But those two things in particular, huge fan of. So you're already on this path where you're buying Star Wars stuff. And then all of a sudden, something Lord of the Rings comes out. And you're only going to have a window to get it. It's going to be hot. And you know what I mean? Exclusive figs, not just exclusive, but cool figs too, man. Right? Yeah. And it puts us, and again, not removing accountability and responsibility, but puts you in a position you're like, oh my God, I only have so much time to get this, but Star Wars, you know what I mean? Like,
which do I like more?
That's not including anything else. That's just Star Wars and Lord of the Rings.
No, you're right.
So, yeah.
And of course, with Lord of the Rings, they're not even putting out like battle packs, and you can satisfy or satiate yourself with smaller or medium builds, or even like dioramas. You've got to buy big boys or nothing.
I tell you what, as much as Lord of the Rings only puts out 2-3 sets a year now, I'm kind of the good side of me is saying thank fuck they only do 3 sets and I've only got 3 to worry about. The other side of me is going, I want more, but if they brought more out, I'd probably end up sacrificing Star Wars, which I also don't want to do. So it's like, for fuck's sake.
I think it's one of those things where even if you like cake, if you just keep getting fed cake, it's not going to be special anymore, and you might even get sick of it. But you don't know where that,
would disagree.
But you don't know where that invisible line is, because just like Padawan said, like, yeah, I want more, give me more. But when is it too much? You know what I mean? I know when it is too much with my wallet, but let's just say like money wasn't like you're rich, you can just buy whatever you want. Like, how much till it's just too much? I guess I don't know. Probably for a lot of us, probably it's never enough.
Well, look, I'll say this now, and then I'm going to throw up the comparisons for these 2 sets, this one and the last one.
Yeah.
So, because we kind of sidewind on from this, and I haven't really seen the functionality of this, so you guys might have to help me on this. But I'm hearing that the functionality of this, in terms of doing what it's supposed to do with the droids, is like absolutely spot on. That aside, I think it looks the color. Look, we've had. It's strange to me that they've done 3 versions of the brown turd one, when it was kind of only in the first movie a little bit, and then this, was in Clone Wars a lot more, and obviously looks a lot better in general. But, obviously there's the Trade Federation one, this is the Separatist one, if you like. But in terms of accuracy,
great.
Yeah, accuracy looks good. Yes, it's been downscaled, but if I'm comparing this to every other Trade Federation, every other Separatist MTT, it's the only one, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's the best one because of that. But what I'm saying is, it looks accurate, it looks good. It's got the details on it the others haven't, and I like the look of it. I think it looks good again because it's like a scaled down version. Worked for me personally, but it does look really, really good, and I think it's cool looking. But again,
price aside,
I had this at number 1.
It looks great.
I had this at number 1.
Wow.
But I also think the weirdo inside of me is thinking I can create the best Order 66 scene from the film in this.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I mean, it looks. Again, my cloner friends would know this more than I would, but like, yeah, I've seen the comparisons, and it is smaller than the other ones. I don't think it's too much smaller, except for the really big one. But it looks good. It looks very good, and for whatever reason, again, maybe it's because the droids fold up, maybe it's because it's not for many figs necessarily, but the size doesn't throw me off. The only complaint I have about it really is the price. That's all.
Yeah, the price. I think everything else, the price and size, obviously, but I think the design of this is the strongest one out of all of them they've made, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
TPC, what's up? And who else? Oh, somebody new to the chat, at least new to me. Kim Bartlett, we need to buy less bad sets so they stop producing slop, but they put minifigures in there and we buy it. Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Also, if you've got the old AAT, this would pair perfectly with it.
Oh, yeah. Good call.
I've got this set ranked at number 4, so it's about halfway, but I do think it's really good. And again, I fall into this category, which might differ from a lot of you guys, where I wasn't buying sets when like the older MTTs were about. So I haven't got an MTT yet. So I'm not going to have this new one next to an old one and think, fucking hell, this is smaller and it pisses me off. That ain't going to happen for me. I think it's really nice. I would have it a lot higher on the list if it weren't so bloody expensive. again, it's just price is going to get brought up in pretty much every set we discuss. But I think the playability is really good. I think the design actually looks pretty similar to what you'd expect someone doing a mock. It's quite sleek. I think it's intelligently done. Like I say, the playability is good. And is this the one with the new commando droids as well?
Yeah.
I actually like the commando droids.
Yeah,
I know they're getting quite a bit of shit from other people, but for me, it's a new variant of droid which we haven't got. I think, when I heard the commando droids coming back, I was like, all right, yeah, that's cool. You know, it's more interesting than B1s, super battle droids, whatever. But now I know that it's a new variant, it sort of adds that little bit more flavour to this set. And I think as soon as it hits like 30, maybe even 20 at push % off at like Smith's or whatever, I'd be pretty happy to get this. And I reckon army builders will be probably pretty happy with this too. I think the set figures are good. I know, Cool Han, you want to go on figures a bit later. I know a lot of people have their issues with clones. Me, I'm not.
I don't.
I'm not as arsed, to be honest. I'm not as into them as others.
Someone in my comment section said, I was like, because I ranted about the V19 Torrent, and someone was like, M&R's biggest fan, and I was like, nope, because I like helmet holes. So fuck you.
I saw that.
Some shit about clones just doesn't bother me at all. I think this Bly is pretty sick, and obviously I haven't got an Ayla Secura, so as soon as this price drops and it hits a nice disc, I'm gonna pick it up, and yeah, I'll be pretty chuffed with it, to be honest with you. Box art, box art, sick.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, the box art on some of these sets, especially the ones coming up now, the sort of battle scene sets. I did make a point of it on the Turbo Tank one. I forgot on the MTT, but you're right. It is. Well, I'll just flick it back up just briefly.
They really got the curves down on that one, man.
Yeah, you can't see it as well in here, but it does look good.
Martin, I don't know if you've got it lined up, but I know we've been talking a lot about price here. Am I right in saying that obviously this and the battle pack's coming in a 2-in-1 pack, and it's cheaper to they're both together cheaper in the 2-in-1 pack than them separately? The thing that annoys me with that is the fact that it's more than likely going to be a Walmart exclusive, which means we're not going to see it in Europe, so we don't get to reap the benefits of buying them both together. Which is,
we won't get that, no chance.
It annoys me how we don't get the 3-in-1 packs. It really grips me how we don't get it, but I think it all comes down to shelf space and retail space.
But yeah, still, man, that's a travesty, dude. I feel like there's got to be some way that they can hook you guys up with those things.
There's swings and roundabouts, though, ain't there? Like they don't get the paper bags in the magazines, do they? Like they don't get the minifig packs and stuff.
And here's even the bigger kick in the nuts, man. Is like not only do we get them, you guys don't, but then like they go on like mad clearance.
Yeah,
you can get these things for like super good prices, man. Even to stock up on, even if you already have the sets, just to stock up on pieces and more figs, you can build a bigger army, you know.
But it's just the fact that if this is, say, 20 cheaper than buying them both together, then buying them both separately, sorry, that's just like a big FU to anyone that's not in North America. And it's like...
And a bonus Millennium Falcon, bro.
And a lot of people do say retail space and shelf space, but it's like, why can't this be a online exclusive, like a Lego online exclusive, and get them shipped from fucking Poland?
Yeah, I mean, and look, do you guys or other parts of the world get some stuff sometimes that we don't? Yeah, but I just feel like it's nowhere on any kind of the same scale of stuff we get. You know what I mean? It's just insane.
I'd rather get these 2-in-1 and 3-in-1 sets than the paperback magazine.
The only thing that annoys me about this is the fact that they've got the sets, the figures for the set on the right on the left, and the figures for the set on the left on the right. Than that.
You know something, I want to give a big shout out to Lego or the marketing or whoever did the box art design, is that they wrote 13 droids, not minifigs, on up there where it says 2 sets, 6 minifigures, 13 droids. I just appreciate that they wrote droids instead of minifigs, man. Because that's always been a big thing for me. Is like, no, you can't count those as minifigs. You know, I don't know. Maybe you could say figs. But not minifigs.
I do look at battle droids though as minifigs.
I do as well.
A lot of people do. I refuse to.
pardon me. Okay, so Andre is in the house. How we doing, mate? You missed nothing of substance, mate, other than our happy faces, but just bagging on Lego, as per usual, but particularly Star Wars Lego. So chime in, mate, as and when you can, and stay as long as you can. Put your feet up, get your slippers on. You were working today, so you deserve it. What else have I missed? Even though it's smaller, the details are done correctly. This is a win, except for the price. That's what I'm talking about. Smaller, but more detailed works for me. It looks good on display. I'm not reaching up onto my shelf and going, oh, but compared to the size of the figure, it's not bigger. No, I'm looking and thinking, what does that look like? An MTT. How accurate of an MTT is that, regardless of size? Great. It was one up from a really good picture.
What if it was a microfighter, though? Would you have the same opinion then if it went that small?
Because they wouldn't get the detail in that small. I think the point that they've got the detail in and made it smaller is I wouldn't say it's a double win.
Only in this one, though. Only in this set.
Yeah, the turbo tank. Yeah, look, I did. In fairness, the turbo tank was a 7.3. The MTT was 8.2. It was almost a whole point ahead.
Yeah.
So this one did push it up for me. I won't pull the picture back up, but I will. I am going to do the size comparison because. Let's do the size comparison for this. I mean, that big one was kind of a different era, let's be fair. That second one with the old brown looks like a heap of dog shit. And in fairness, it did then. But there's still too much grey even in this big boy. And I think I don't know, it does look good, but great. Then these two on the end look fine, right? And there's not much of a difference in them. So in however many years since that one, was it 2012? So, no, when was the last one? When was the one before this one? Does anyone know off the top of their head? Because that's been a while.
I got a Scooby.
I want to say over 10 years.
I want to say 2012. I don't know why I want to say 2012.
Yeah, I was thinking 2012. So you're talking 13 years. In 13 years, they haven't. They've scaled maybe one stud from this angle. I can't really see the back, but maybe 1-2 studs. And yet the detail on it is better.
And it's slightly. A new variant, mate. It's always
new
cool
variant.
New variant.
Okay, so I can forgive all of that. And again, if I put all of those on display, let's be honest, right? If you had those on display, which one stands out to a stranger walking in a room and admiring your collection?
The Separatist one, obviously.
Yeah, and also, I don't know, it's just sexier looking, isn't it? Like that big brown thing. Like, what the hell is that? If you put that next to Jabba's sail badge and the Sandcrawler, it'd just be like, what's that? You've just made 3 big brown turds like sitting on your shelf. I don't get it. But but then now look at this. That's a travesty.
Just awful. It is god awful.
Yeah, and the wheels. I don't know what they've done with the wheels because I think they do look slightly cooler, but they just don't look like a wheel.
Like see, this is so much more noticeable than the other set as far as the scale down. It really makes a big difference. I think that's because it's for minifigs instead of the droids.
Yeah, I mean, I own the biggest one, which was actually the second one.
Like they're all brothers, and their moms told them that they've got to take their little brother out to play with them.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks like the run to the litter, doesn't it? Like,
yeah,
he never got to the tit in time, like so.
Yeah.
But Christ. But yeah, no, that's good. And this is shout out to Solid Bricks via Life Bricks because he's obviously done these comparisons and Life Bricks has clipped it and I've stole it from him. So hopefully that's okay, Tyler. But you didn't say otherwise. But that's a good comparison. I mean, obviously you don't see things like this looking at box art. So it does really help to see it in that light. Okay, right. Let me line up the next one. So the next one is 8.5 for me. So this is I got, clean now into got to own it territory and, can't wait to get it. Still going to wait for a discount. Don't get me wrong, but I'm in the territory now of, can't wait to get this in hand. Just got to work out roughly where it is in this list because these pictures are freaking tiny. Oh, it's number 1. That'll be nice and easy. There you go. I like how I've done these so they kind of float on the screen. I didn't do that intentionally. This one don't. That's annoying. But yeah. So look, I don't own a Jango Fett Slave One. I do like it. Obviously, not going to do the UCS, but it is, if I had to do my top 5 UCS, that one would be in there. The Lamassu fig, great. I'm upset on behalf of anybody who bought the UCS Slave One for the fact that we've got the same 2 figs.
And for a fact they're going to come out with a keychain in a couple of months and they'll just put the arms on this one and boom, there's your UCS fig. Done.
Oh, is that all it is? Is it just the arms?
So it's just the arms and it doesn't have everything else exactly the same. Keychain's going to come out, boom, cheap UCS Jango figs. Sorry, not sorry.
Emo Boba Fett, yeah, he's the same. Jango, just the arm print's different. I also want to really highlight something that to me is something a little more special. I know a lot of people think the same way. The box art on this is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah,
that should have been on the ECS Slave One, man.
Yeah.
And it's got tell me if I'm wrong. The Boba Fett didn't have the what's the thing called? The
no, it didn't have
this one has.
So, and with that box art, not only would this be so perfect on the new UCS set, but also either on the front or the back have one of those asteroids exploding. You know what I mean? That just.
But you can just see it. You can just about see it coming out the back there. I did have a quick look just to check, and I was like, "Wow, they've included that." I don't know if there's a drop-in mechanism or anything for it, but it'd be interesting to see.
It would be totally. I just feel like as fans, that's stuff we would do. You know what I mean? To other fans, like if Padawan was the designer of the box and he made that, with the asteroid exploding behind it, blah blah blah, and he'd be like showing us, be like, "Man, check this out! Isn't this awesome?" And we'd all be like, "Yeah," you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what they're thinking in the boardrooms, man. Oh, they're adults. Even though they're buying toys, they don't want to have box art.
Yeah. But you're right, though. The box art has come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's still room for improvement. But I'm happy that they're putting something on there and it's puts it in its place.
That's the Lamassu though. Is hot.
Yeah, Lamassu.
Yeah, unreal, man.
Bigger than that.
I've got this race at number 6. I have on my list, which that's only personal preference because I've got the UCS one. There's no way I'm going to buy this set now. Literally 0% chance. The only thing I'll be getting is that Lamassu fig. That's it. I think similar to the K2SO, I think this is probably the only set which is sort of okay value for its base price. Still overpriced, but comparing it to the other ones, I think this one holds up value a little bit better. Like, I think it's a nice set, nicely designed. Yeah, the Boba Fett has problems, but Lamassu fig, banger. Obviously, Jango fig, banger, even though it hasn't got the arm printing. The stand, which is like the little trailer as well, which doubles up as a stand. This is a good set, and especially when you take into account it's going to get 20-30% off at Smith's probably for us guys. I think this is overall a good value set and got no qualms with it at all, really. Apart from that, we should have got that Lamassu. The arm printing on Jango should have been in this, and we should have got the Lamassu in the UCS as the difference maker. That's the only thing that bugs me about this set. But apart from that, this is pretty good.
Skyren's joined the chat. How are we doing, Skyren? Coming in with a hot take. This upcoming wave sucks, and Lego hates us Star Wars fans. Okay, wow. Nice to know. And Amy thinks these are all the same ship. She doesn't follow Star Wars, clearly. But nice to have you here, Amy. A nice balanced opinion. But and Papa Rex, I know you've been around for a while, but I'm not sure if I said hello to you. So hello, Papa Rex. But yeah, I don't know. Look, this is the only one out of all the sets that I've earmarked as 100%. This is going down to like half price at some point. Just because I know they're making these, by the truckload. But yeah,
I agree with Nimble's statement also about the swap of the figure for the UCS set. with Lamasu
Yeah.
and it and everything. That does make
Yeah.
a lot more sense. I think that would be a much more valuable character because look, yeah,
That's
the arm
that's a
print
slap
stuff,
in the
that's
face.
cool. Yeah, that's
Mm.
cool. But imagine a UCS that you get a Lamasu, like that mold and everything, dude.
It screams premium, doesn't
Oh
it?
my god,
Lamasu
does it?
thick.
Totally.
Would you have taken Nimble? Would you have taken you bought this as well though, Hive, right?
Yeah.
So would you have taken Lamasu and Django Fett and no bobber?
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
it sounds ridiculous because why would you not have young Boba in that set? But look, I mean, with the way they made Boba, I'm like, it's not
Anybody else?
yeah. Or how about, this is just a crazy thought. How about give us all three?
Yeah.
It is a pretty expensive set.
It's an you
Oh,
want
yeah.
exclusiveness, don't you? With UCS, you want something that
Right.
makes you think,
And-
this is special. That someone else who isn't paying what we're paying, they're not getting it.
Yeah. So you then, in future sets or whatever, give them Boba and Django or whatever. But yeah, Llama, so you could keep that.
Yeah.
With UCS, and it's not like we haven't gotten one of them before, anyways. A Kimonin. I mean, obviously,
We had Tom Wee, didn't we?
So yeah.
I'm gonna go out and say that UCS slave one, the Django Fett one, was probably the best set that had the worst sort of promotion and
Flying with the
fanfare.
feds.
Yeah,
especially for like a lot of the build up over the years. You know what I mean? It's not like we haven't been wanting this.
It's a
it
good
almost
set,
went under
though.
the radar.
Oh my gosh.
The funny thing is, I've got every single promotional item from the UCS Django Fett Slave 1 release, except for the UCS Django Fett Slave 1.
Why though? Do you not like it?
Evo Fett.
The key ring I bought for 10 on eBay. The coin I've got. The poster I got because it was on Insiders. I've got everything. I just didn't want to buy the Slave 1 full price. It was mainly due to the fact that Chicago was coming up, so I didn't want to splurge that money knowing I could probably get it on a 20%. Do you know what I mean? I will get it. I've got the Boba Fett, so it's rude not to get it at some point, so I can line them both
It's
up.
Where do
it'd be rude not to.
Over here, is it in Smiths and that as well, or is it like an Amazon thing?
I don't know if it's hit because they normally keep them exclusive. The UCS sets, they normally keep them exclusive for about 3 months to Lego, don't they? And then they release them to the
Right.
Yeah.
So
Smiths
I don't
did
even
that.
think they've hit retail shelves yet.
Also, I don't think I mentioned though. I think again, this is one of the sets I think that's a pretty good set for a pretty decent price.
Good value in it.
Yeah. Overall,
In comparison.
yeah, some great figs. That's a solid Slave 1, man. Just downscaled, but it's still solid. I don't think it's that much smaller than the last one that came out. So, yeah.
And again, from my point of view, I put this on the shelf. I don't put the figs with it. It still looks like it's effectively a MIDI scale chip.
Yeah.
It looks good on display. If the figs are nowhere in sight, it looks fine.
Looks like I come in the right moment because this is the only set that I find decent out of the whole wave.
I didn't even know you should come in there, mate. I was like, what the hell? Where's his voice
I
coming
waved at you.
from? I wasn't looking at it. I had my eyes closed, I think.
No.
You came in just at the end. So why are you giving this one? This is your top one, is it?
Yeah, if I was going to buy one, then I would. Oh God, please now my battery's low now. Jesus.
And we're moving on anyway to my number one set. No, look, I've given the V19 a 9.1, right?
It's a microfighter, bro. What do you mean?
Here's
Thank
my
you.
thoughts. Here's my thoughts. Box art, good. Bigger selection, amazing.
The biggest selection is insane.
That canopy piece, that trans yellow canopy piece, sweet. I own the previous version of the V19, and it is a piece of crap.
You're mad. I've got the old V19. It's way better than this piece of shit.
No,
Way better.
I've not had it in hand, but when I saw the other day, it right next to it, it looked really nice. Where this doesn't. This looks like a chunky.
How can you tell me that this looks better than that? How?
It's too chunky.
This is
But another-
flimsy, but it looks
thing-
tenfold better.
The one thing I want to add with this set and another set is everyone's saying like, "Oh, but the figures are great," and that figures don't carry the set. They shouldn't carry the set. And also, when they're doing a review, they should put in the price as well because that's ridiculous.
Can I just,
Matt, full screw me, Matt, and full screw me, man.
Yeah,
Mine,
okay.
I am disagreeing.
so that's the last one or the old
it's
one, right?
flimsy. It is flimsy. However, it's flimsy.
Yeah, but
but
it looks nice.
Way
When you're not
better.
doing
It
that.
looks more accurate.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Hey, everybody.
That's fine if the switchability isn't that great. But you know what? Something that I noticed about the difference between the two, besides just the size, the engines. So your engines are brick built on that. These engines have stickers.
Yeah.
I know, but look at all the mismatching colors. Like it just.
But you
it's
can-
black,
that
it's
is so-
grey.
It looks nicer. I
You
mean, it
can
might
see
be the
these.
Mexican wave.
You can see the hydraulic pieces here.
Yes.
It just.
However, Martin, the point we're trying to make is they should have taken the old design and improved it, not brought out a beta version.
Thank you.
It's just I can't even get the wings to go back up now. It's just like
It's sad, dude. Look at it's just, not that one.
But look at the
This is
underside of that.
sad, dude. It looks like something you buy
Martin,
in a hat. You get in a Happy Meal.
You're missing
At
the
the
point.
day. At the end of the day, that
Slurpy in
will
the
do
room,
a
lads.
much better Mexican wave than the new one.
The point
Guys,
is they should have took the old design and improved the old design. Not give me the old one, just improve the old one. Not give me a microfighter beta shit
Look at it
version.
now. Is it the wings? Are they too short and stubby? Is that what makes it look odd? Should they
Everything
be taller?
about it is just sad.
Guys,
It's very small.
Full screen me a sec.
Okay.
Oh my god! Somebody clip that.
Someone's not happy.
Get out of my
Mine's
house.
fucking child.
Oh man!
Lads,
I don't know what to
Now,
say.
now it looks cool. Check this out.
They're charging us like 60 quid for fucking that. This is better looking, in my opinion, than that fucking thing.
I'm gonna go on a bit of
I'm okay.
a hot take here and say I'm on the fence between both of your points. I think it's not better than the older one, but I do like the new one. Again, I fall into the category of not old in the newer one.
Totally, Matt, I agree.
The wings are short and it does look fucking squished in, while it's landed. But when it's in flight mode, I really like it. Obviously, it's going to be hard to display it like that.
But
But
we'll give it a slight bit of edge there. It does look better when it's in flight mode, but then you can't
does,
stand
doesn't
it
it?
up. But then
But-
you can't stand it up, can you? You have to try and get it.
That's the point.
Yeah.
I think it's actually quite a nice set when it's in flight mode, but it's just when it's landed, it looks so fucking squished. But again, I like it. The price ain't great. What is it, 60 quid here? I think if that hits like 45 maybe, because then when you think, I know figs don't carry the set, but if it's if you can get this for 45 quid and you think the figs are probably going to be worth 5-10 quid each themselves, and then you're paying the rest for the build, I think it's not the worst, but it's not the best.
60 quid for a 4+ set, bro, is fucking ludicrous.
But this is what I mean, bro. It ain't going to be.
Do you know
you
what?
ain't
Like you
buying it
said,
at 60 quid.
figures don't carry the set, so that's why this is getting a 3.3 for me, just for the figures.
Nah.
Was it again?
Set is
Tyler,
9.1.
Tyler coming in
Come
close.
on, seriously, come on.
You say the figs, but look at the state of that fucking pilot from the front view.
Yeah, I was giving it more. Really, all
I
those
got the
points
pick, mate.
really was for Ben Kenobi because he that is a decent. And the problem is, I'm going to have to end
No,
up buying
that is not Ben Kenobi.
That's general.
That is
Jedi
General
General.
Kenobi.
Well, I'm old school. I call
Oh,
him Ben.
guys,
Me and him are
guys,
like this. Me and Ben are like this. So
Lads,
Yeah.
Slurpy's just text me. He's in the green room.
Slurpy's in the green room, but we ain't got room for him.
Well, I'm going to get off anyway. I've got to go back to work. I just popped in to say hello.
Oh, good timing.
Well, I'm working till 10, so good timing, so we can come in. So I'll see you all up just after 10 anyway. If some of you are still on.
Yeah,
Alright,
cheers,
brother.
mate.
It's all right,
Right.
mate.
Good seeing you, Whittakee.
Never mind.
It's a shame. I want to talk about the juggernaut though. Oh dear. Right.
Too late. Been and gone. Too
No, I can
late.
do that when I come on later. Right. Take care.
You'll be on your own.
Later, friend.
Well, I'll probably have more viewers then. Ta-da.
It's all right, mate.
He's going to say, but he won't have the pictures. So no pictures, no hosts. Tyler, we didn't ignore you there, mate. We slipped you in on the block.
Oh, I didn't even realize I thought I was still in the green room.
What's up, Slurpy?
Slurpy?
What's up, Tyler?
Slurpy, is that a flying visit, or have you just come in to tell me how wrong I am for throwing that V19 on the floor?
I'm in here for 10-15 minutes, but that was a shit take you just did. And it's such a good set.
This set's fucking. I'm gonna wipe my ass with this and make a video.
He said,
I don't want to talk about this new one. This new one kind of upsets me a bit.
This was.
Hey,
like
I'm not
one
saying
of
it's
the
the I'm not
dreams
saying it's the best of the wave. I'm just saying, you know, if I sit that on my shelf without the figs anywhere in sight, it's a nice mid-scale
I'm not
ship.
saying it's the worst Star Wars set I've ever seen, but
Needs to be in flight mode.
it's way up there with the worst Star Wars set.
with it like in landing mode, it looks like they've chopped off like 2 to 3 inches of wings. You know what I mean? Like, it just looks so bad.
How does this scale to a minifigure though? Because I can't even remember this ship from the series that much.
I remember
it
it in the
needs
micro
stickers for
series,
engines.
But no, it is a bit chibi looking, isn't it? Or chibi looking, or whatever you want to call it. But let me get that. Let me
Slurpy,
get
I
that.
thought you'd have a tan by now, mate.
Some
No,
good
man,
figures.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
just
I've
paint
somebody
it
else.
up.
You're just still looking Irish, buddy. You've been on holiday for weeks.
I've been burning all over the place.
Factor 50.
Oh fuck, they're still inventing the new one in the lab for me. It's just
Factor Island, isn't it?
So look, there's the comparison. I know Hive you said about the thing, but that I mean, this is courtesy of Tyler via Solid Bricks, but that's quite scary how much smaller that is. Like that could be the what's the name of that thing that comes out the back?
Seismic
What did you
charge.
say? that could be the seismic charge. That's crazy.
What's the price difference between the two?
Massive.
70 and 300.
Okay,
Wow.
so basically about what 200 and.
I mean, it's like a 4x. Like I view it in the sense of like kind of two things. I mean, I view it in the sense of like the 2019 scale would be like the 20th anniversary one would probably be, it was 120 in 2019, so probably 140, 150 nowadays, whatever, you know what I mean? So I view that as like a 2x, like that size compared to the small one. And then I mean, I view the difference between the 2019 one and the UCS one as like another 2x, like kind of like So the thing is, I mean, I think pricing makes sense. Like I'm not going to sit here and say that either of them seem under overpriced, but it does just put in perspective of like at this scale, just like, you know, and sure, I've had a couple people DM me too. It's like, I get it. You know, the fundamental intention here is for 2 different price points, 2 different demographics, but I feel like you can't really like, or at least for me, I've never really like visualized it as much as this picture in the sense of it's literally the same vehicle on the shelf at the same time, because even like the Boba Starfighter, or the Boba Slave one, it wasn't even, those weren't on the shelf at the same time. The small one and the UCS one, like, yeah, and I think even back in 2015 there wasn't even technically one on the shelf, like even a bigger one. But this is like the first one where I'm realizing, like, you know, whether it's for a space reason or a monetary reason, like here is why there is a small one and then a UCS one. Like it's just like complete opposite ends. Like I have a feeling like no one, I'm not gonna say no one, but a good majority of people that get the UCS one have zero interest in the other one, and like vice versa. Compared to like other points, I feel like maybe you would almost go with both or have a little bit more hesitation in the fact of, do I get the 2019 one or do I get the, you know, $200 one at the time? Like it's just one of those things like this, but this is just, it's like eye-opening to me at least.
Yeah, I totally agree with you too. And even more to add to that. So for years, I was always in the camp because there's 2 things you got to look at: is 1, price, and 2, like the size, right? So like what Tyler was saying about the demographic. So I used to be in the demographic where I was buying a smaller set because and of course, if you guys collected long enough, you know this, like how much girthier the ships used to be. I mean, because I got into the game right about when the Rogue One wave came out, and then of course when the first wave of like Force Awakens came out, those were great, like Kylo Ren shuttle, all that stuff, Krennic shuttle, like the mad stuff, the U-wing. So I was happy. And then that's why I noticed the shrinkflation, because I was like, wait. These are starting to get a little too small. And then I started leaning towards the big guns. Like I still can't do the Death Star. I can't do those crazy ones. I've been trying to do the Falcon one, but at least in the $200 to $300 range. And like Tyler put it exactly right. I guess you can count the third demographic if you count like the +4 stuff, but I feel like soon the sets are going to start kind of blending in, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's right, man. It's not just about money. It's about how big of a set do you want. And yeah, these comparisons are really
showing. Are you giving Lego brownie points here then by saying it's a good thing that they've got two choices basically of the same ship, haven't they?
I think it is. It's good, but it's just like I said, now they're pushing what I used to be the main collector of the smaller ships, and once in a blue moon get a UCS set as a treat almost,
Yeah.
Where now it's like, I've been just letting all these ships slide by me, and I'm like, yeah, I think I'm just going to work on saving. Instead of buying 5 smaller ships, I'll save and then get one good UCS ship. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I'm with you.
That's where I'm coming from, because I like the model aspect of it, and I know the Legos are models, but you know what I mean? Like a little more detail into it. That's my big thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there was a point in time where some collectors, their collections were blended a little bit better, like with like play scales, UCSs. Like,
yeah,
I feel like mid 2010s, it was easy to kind of just get anything, maybe if you were feeling UCS, whether it was a treat or maybe you just got the May 4th one every year, no matter what. But like, I feel like people just mixed better back then. But nowadays, and maybe I'm a little biased because like this is kind of like the route I'm taking right now. But I've heard it from other people. Like, I feel like now, like, there's a hard line in the sand. Like, you're either big or small. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's not as much blending anymore.
Right.
That there at one point was. And, like, I mean, maybe that's a bad thing for Lego. But also on the flip side of it, it might be a good thing. Because, again, for the people that are on that smaller side scale, again, whether it's monetarily or just space-wise, there's more stuff for that group to buy nowadays. Because they are keeping stuff lower, and it's not like, it's not a 120 slave one. It's a $50 one a couple years ago, $70 one now. Like, they might be getting more sales just off the bat of a lot, having more stuff smaller on the shelf, which might kind of even out for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's this comparison set here is not as like eye-opening. But going back to what you guys were saying about the slave one, the comparison, when you see that size, it is kind of shocking. And to think that the smaller one has better figs overall is scary. But in this, not so much, because if you guys remember that it only had one fig with it, didn't it? This one was it a phase 1 pilot?
Yeah, there's one pilot. Yeah. Actually, I think hold on. Maybe there's a regular clone in there too. I mean,
let me put it to like this in a way too. Is like this set, I would have normally, if this was a set, because look at the size difference, and I get what you guys were saying about like flimsy or whatever. But again, I agree with Padawan about then just improve it. Don't make it so much smaller, because that's a big difference in size. Same thing with the ARC 170. I was so looking forward to ARC 170, and then when I saw it again, I get it looks nice, or whatever, but like it's not. The size that when I came out of my dark ages, and I was like, yeah, all I care about is Star Wars ships. I didn't even care about the figs at first. It's just the ships, man, because they look so great. It doesn't look as girthy to me anymore that I want it. Now I'm hoping that they'll do a UCS version of it, but that's the problem for me is like these aren't good enough for me. You know what I mean? Especially with the price range.
Well, I think with the ARC 170, similar to the MTT, I think they did a good job of making it look accurate and still scale it down. I'm not saying that's necessarily right, but they did a good job with it. Yeah. With this, now that I see the two next to each other, even though I was looking at the picture while the other one was in hand, they look like completely different ships. They don't even look the same.
I will say with the wings out, it doesn't look as bad, but it's still hella noticeable.
I mean, in that top picture of the V19, that top picture of the V19 on the top right, that looks more like an ARC 170. I mean, I don't know where how he's laid that down without the
Just
maybe
look
the
at-
angle of the picture.
Be honest, which out of them two looks more like that?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, hey.
Exactly.
And even look, and there's even something as simple as what I was saying earlier about like the one on the right, you can see the engines and everything. And that looks great. The one on the left, stickers. Like it just
I don't know.
it doesn't mean like that smaller
70
version
year
doesn't have
difference,
great aspects to it. I mean, I like on the side on the side of each of the barrels, cannon, exhaust, whatever, how you can see the interior, you know, the exposed pipes and stuff. Like in the cockpit glass, yeah, like a lot of stuff does look nice, but it's just, you know, we're talking about the overall, you know, the overall factor of it.
I think
I was just gonna say, then the next wave, is it gonna be smaller?
Yeah. I do think the one on the left, here's a new analogy. I think the one on the left looks like a baby bird that's just about to take its like first flight out of the nest. And the right one is like the mature mother that's just like sitting there watching it. You know what I mean? Nice. You know what I mean? Just like that's what it looks like, bro. It looks like mother bird, baby bird.
Oh man.
For me, it just we saw perfectly like so the UCS Slave one came out in what was it 2015. They basically took that version and improved it for Django Fett for the Django Fett release. Why couldn't they just do that for this one? They just went and fucking butchered it. I'd rather pay an extra 20 and have the fucking a updated version of the old one.
Yeah, than this.
I mean,
We gotta move on.
This might be a hot take on space, but like my opinion on like this is just purely just me. All right, like I'm sure I'm fortunate that like I've got a lot of like square footage. I don't maximize it down here as well. I don't have like ideal shelving for a lot of it, but just in general, if I had to downsize into a spot that like I don't have enough room or don't have a lot of room, like I'm in the mindset of, again, this is just strictly speaking for me, I would rather not have 2/3 of as much stuff built or bought if it meant the 1/3 I could actually display was like to like my pure liking. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Like, I mean, that's just me.
My argument that I've said all along up until now about the downscaling works for me in my personal situation, and especially as long as they do it right and it still looks accurate and they use the pieces well. This is where I draw the line, because I do think it looks better in general, because I don't like the other one. I just don't like it. I didn't enjoy the build. It's frustrating. It looks ugly to me. Whatever, right? Okay, so that's a personal thing. But this doesn't take up enough less space, if that makes sense. And when you see them on the bottom, on the shelf, that hasn't really saved me any space. So if the one on the right, slightly bigger, but looked slightly better, was a better build, I'd still that's where I would say, yeah, I'll go a little bit bigger.
I also have to say, it's hard for me to have a certain solid opinion on some of this stuff. Because, for instance, I don't know for sure, but I'll say, Tyler, you were probably pretty young when a lot of the first wave of like sets came out, right? Like you were a kid, right? So when you had that first turbo tank, I don't know how old you would have been, but like you
9 years old.
All right, so you have the perspective of saying like, what's better, and we know what's better, but I'm just saying, like, it doesn't matter. So when you were a kid, you had the turbo tank, right? The big one or whatever. Now you can say, would it be better? Would it have been okay if you would have had the smaller version? Because I look at that smaller version of the last set and I'm like, okay, yeah, for a kid, if again, you're not worried about the price or whatever, probably would be fun to play with, but would it still be even more fun if it was like the size you had, so many years ago? And I feel like it would be better because you got more of a ship. It was almost like what Cool Han was talking about earlier about when we were growing up, the G.I. Joe stuff and that huge aircraft carrier, the big ships. And what I was talking about earlier is like, yeah, some of us are so hardcore fans, we're never going to stop collecting Lego Star Wars probably one way or another, or maybe at least pull back but not quit. But a lot of normies, a lot of little kids or whatever, maybe they'll see that action figure Republic tank that's way bigger and cheaper. You know what I mean? And Lego's cool, but they're like, yeah, that one's way bigger. You know what I mean? So I just wonder how much longer Lego will be able to ride on some of this stuff. But this $45 pack, man.
Oh, what a fucking joke, eh?
Smokey, I did
Kid.
say I did say stop it. I just said I was going to give Smokey a special shout out in the chat.
Smokey.
So thanks for coming along. Thanks for coming along, Smokey. And yes, Slurpy, I did give the money that you gave me to Smokey. I didn't embezzle it. Don't worry. That $20 came out of my hand and went into theirs. Because he was checking up on me. He was like, you know, that $20 randomly out of the blue. No, hey, my holiday's been great. How are you doing? How are you? Are you well? Are you well? How's things going? It was just out of the blue. Hey, you know that $20 I gave you? Did give it to Smokey, right? I'm like, yeah, of course I did. And then no response. I was like, why? Are you chasing down your bills? Like that
was a 4 a.m. shower thought. I was in the shower. I was like, wait a
thanks,
minute.
mate. Thinking about me and money while you were in the shower. Great. Thanks for that. But anyway, moving on. Moving swiftly along. Right. So this one, I've given this one an 8.8. Right. Here's why.
Damn.
8.8. Love it, right?
Are you sure you didn't accidentally multiply that by 2 and you didn't mean a 4-4?
Nah, mate. Love it. I love, as you guys probably know, I love yellow in Lego. And so that's good. The AT-AT, I think they've scaled it down slightly, so it's a bit more accurate, but I still think it looks good as a ship. I like the feet on it, look awesome. I don't like this. I've only taken, literally only taken points off, because the box art is amazing as well. I've only taken points off because I don't know why they had to change this thing in universe. This spider droid is like a perfect half circle, and yet they've taken a dome top and replaced it with like what the hell is this? It looks like a saucepan on his head, and it's like I don't know why they had to do that. There was nothing wrong with it before. Other than that, the yellow, amazing. I like these pauldron pieces. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. And not my top set, but do like it. That's me.
I think it's a great battle pack. It's just the price.
How does this cost 10 more than this?
That's my point, man. Like even if this hits a big sale, I think it's still gonna end up more than that previous one. And when you look at that previous one, what's the amount of figures you get in that? And I know obviously
it's almost like the same.
Four figs, 5 battle droids.
Right. Forget about the price, right? Forget about the price, right? So put it next to the other one, right? And you get to choose one.
The other one's better.
Based on how it looks.
I can tell you this. Some people might not say it won't matter.
Is that not more? Tell me that's not more aesthetically pleasing as a box.
Are we paying pauldron price for this set? That's what I'm thinking. They've gone. We're giving you a lovely new plastic
range.
We're going to factor this
possibly, right? Possibly, but Padawan, pull up that speeder thing that comes with that other set. It looks like dog.
You're not. If you're buying this for the build, then you're in the wrong fucking hobby.
I like that speeder that's in that last set. Look, this is not going to look good. Beautiful. This is not going to look good though, sitting next to the other set that's cheaper though. Especially when it looks essentially to anybody just passing by, it looks about the same. You know what I mean? As far as like the figs, the droids.
I agree with that.
I like the look. I think it's a great battle pack. Honestly, I do like everything about it. I don't even have any criticism about the spider droid like you guys do as much, but you know what I mean. It's just the price, dude. $45. That's insane, dude.
Stupid, mate.
This is going straight on a 20% discount straight away. If you buy this for full price, you're an absolute mug. This is going to be 20% off everywhere.
Hell no. Hell no.
You know it's going to go on clearance and sale and everything else.
Hell no. Yeah, no way. But the question is, guys,
I need to.
Sorry, mate. Go on.
I need to leave now.
Thanks for coming.
I'm just so happy,
you, brother.
I'm just so happy. Lego made a forklift certified ATRT. You know what I mean?
Sponsored by DeWalt. No. Sponsored by JCB.
It does look, it's definitely giving some DeWalt vibes, man.
Jungenheimer or one of those German ones.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, thanks for showing. Thanks for showing up, mate.
Yeah. It's good.
Give our best to Ange. Ta-ra, mate.
Ta-ra, buddy.
Oh, fucking hell.
Right there you go.
But does it look cool? Does it look cool, though?
It does look cool, mate, but it's just...
Thank you. Moving on.
Lego have got us by the short and curlies, mate, and they're twisting us up, and you know we cannot accept it. You know what I mean? Like, it's the fact that the last battle pack released, what was it, a year ago? It's not even like you can bring inflation into it that much. I know inflation does count a little bit, but fucking hell, they are taking the piss.
Well,
Yeah.
what if I pay less for this than the other one at full price?
But that
What?
is the other one 25 quid.
So if
Yeah.
you buy this for under 25, then 100% is what I think.
Yeah.
I think that's fair enough. Do you know what I mean? But if you're paying 35 for this, then you need to look in the mirror and have
No,
a word
mate,
with yourself.
Mate, honestly, I said it looks cool. I'm paying full price for nothing.
But I think like the other ones on sale, like them guys across the pond will get it cheaper than us anyway. But I'm pretty sure the other battle pack for us, we can get it around 17 snicks, right? So you think that's less than half of what this is going out at base price. So you could probably buy, if you're going shopping on the 1st of August, you could head into Smith's with 35 quid and pick up 2 of the other battle pack, or come out with 1 of these.
Here's my take, and Tyler and Hive won't have a fucking clue what I'm saying here, right? You two will know what I'm on about. Come Christmas, this is going to be a 2 for 40 offer in Argos all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
£20 a piece, these are gonna go
I got Muttley sniffing the airwaves for the deals on this one, come sort of Christmas, January time. But yeah.
But you know something that Ryan had brought up in his video about it, and it really kind of hits home when you look at it like this. 2 of these, you're going to cost damn near $100, man.
Yeah, that's wrong, mate. That's wrong.
That's just an insane way to really look at that, man.
Because what is it for you guys? 45?
Yeah.
Plus tax, $50.
Plus tax, you know.
No,
it won't be quite 50 probably. It depends on where you get it. But yeah, I mean, but you're looking at least for a couple dollars.
I mean, how many pieces is this? It's like 258, is it?
250.
Yeah, dude, yes.
$100
again, we're talking 4 minifigs, 3 droids. Remember, they're not minifigs.
Yeah, and those minifigs make up those pieces as well. So there's like 100 pieces just in the minifigs.
It's so bad.
Anyway, should we move on, or you guys really want to berate this one? So where have everybody else got this then in of the 9?
I think I had it pretty low, but only based on the price. I think I had it 7th.
I think I had this like middle of the pack. I'm obviously going to buy one. However, I'm not gonna go ham on these. Like, for example, everyone knows here I'm a big Death Trooper fan. Like, I've already bought like 5 packs, 5 or 6 of.
Yeah, I'm going in the middle.
Like, I'll buy 1 or 2 of these and then call it a day, and then maybe pick some up on a cheap. Do you know what I mean? On a really good disky.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And they will as
Tyler,
well.
you picking up any of these or what?
I will pick. I mean, see, the crazy part about it is even me saying like, oh yeah, I'll pick up some at half off at 22 fucking 50, bro. That's when I'm like,
yeah,
I don't even know about that. I mean, I will pick some up at 75% off. I will pick up as many as they want to give me at 75% off. I will buy them, because even then, I mean, literally, that is still going to be like $12 or $13 or $14. This is wild.
Yeah, which is my argument usually when, yes, we can buy stuff on clearance or whatever. Like a lot of people say, get it on sale, clearance, whatever, you know. But even then, it's still, like you said, man, at 50%, it's still $22.50. Like that's.
Well, think about it, dude. I mean, 50% off on this set is going to be basically equivalent to the regular, casual, everyday 20% off of the other $30 one.
Right. I mean, and that's why I'm just saying, like, look, we can talk about clearance and all that stuff, but Lego is still setting the prices at these levels. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
I'm going to buy at least 1 of these packs so I can have a fully immersed scene of Bly mag dumping Ayla Secura. That's why I'll buy
CJ,
one.
I think you need to buy one of these, bro, build it, and then go take it, your AR-15 out and just shoot the hell out of it for
take a shotgun
Instagram reel.
Oh.
That's what I think you need to do, man. I will. Actually, dude, if you do that, I'll sponsor it, man. I'll pay for it. I'll buy you the set. Go throw a grenade.
Again, the gun will be the problem.
Yeah, I can't do an AR-15. I can do a shotgun.
That works for me, dude. I mean, probably be better, man. One blast and the thing's literally obliterated, man. So we never gotta look at it again.
Down. Bet.
That is crazy that it's, such a. Why can't I get the next? Okay.
However, can I just say before we get onto the figgies and stuff, I'm not buying any of the fucking wave because 10 days or 11 days or whatever it is after this comes out, the Black Pearl's dropping. So I'm buying that.
I can't wait to see what that looks like.
It's Amazon Prime Day as well, Tuesday, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
For us, anyway. I don't know about you guys.
I'm picking myself. Yeah, it is the same for them as well. 8th to 11th of July, Amazon Prime Day. Man's going to pick himself up a new microphone.
I think Chopper's already on a pretty good discount, so I think
I'm very sorry to say I have to get going. The wife is beckoning me. Before I do though, I want to say, like, even though this thing is tiny, I really like the design. I love the red and yellow and the flames and everything else, man.
This is a beauty, mate.
However, was it Coop that said this should have just been called a sun speeder?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you think so, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't see a lick of snow anywhere in this thing, man.
Yo, Hive, you might have already said it, but just right before you go, what is the number one, like, out of all 9 of these or whatever, what is your number 1 of August 1st? Like, your personal favorite?
Dude, man, I don't know. That's a tough one, honestly. I maybe the MTT, but wasn't K2SO August one?
Yeah.
Then I have to say K2SO.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's probably, in my personal opinion, the best set for the best price, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I think everything could probably be a little cheaper, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where I fall in line with that. But I just love that set. I think it's really great. And I don't think it's, if you can just wait for it to even be 20% off, man, I think that'd be fairly reasonable. So the rest of the stuff, man, it's a lot of it's hit and miss. Stuff is really good. I think that the smaller Django Slave 1 is pretty decent. I don't know if it's worth whatever it was, 70 or whatever, but the Juggernaut with the Juggernaut, yeah, it's weak. The MTT, I think, is probably the better of the two for the price, even though it's still way too expensive, but at least it looks good. So yeah, the rest of the stuff, man, it's like kind of all over the place, but there's no doubt about what this wave is teaching us, that this trend is continuing as far as like the downscaling and all this other stuff. And I don't know where it's going to go, man. Where we're going to go with it, so we'll see. But listen, thank you for having me on, man. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I got to leave a little early, but
no, it's fine, mate. I appreciate you coming on short notice. So
when the wife calls, I got to listen. So
100%.
White puppy life.
All right, you guys. I'll talk to you later, man. Peace out.
Nice to catch you.
Hey,
bro.
All right.
Cheers, mate.
There are.
Does for Hive in the chat. So I had a better picture of this, one of those action shots with the clear background, but for some reason it won't upload. But we'll just have to make do with this. But I've given this a 9.4 because I think there's some yellow on a set, looks mint. It's an original idea as well, which we don't get very often in Lego. Black canopy piece with the yellow. I think it's yellow. I assume it's yellow, not just the bricks inside the yellow, but I think it's yellow in there. The flames, the hot rod design. I think even the name of it, the force burner. Like, obviously, we don't know the relevance of this because we haven't seen the show yet. But I don't know. It's just kept some of those elements of the snow speeder from like day one, very first snow speeder. We just made it like proper hot rod. And if obviously you watch things like Grease, stuff like that, where they have the hot rod cars. I'm not a big cars guy, but I can appreciate that sort of reference. And then a guy with the like nunchuck lightsabers as well. I can't wait to see what he's all about. But for me, this is, because it's a cheeky little set as well, the price is going to be probably pretty good for this one. This is a takeaway.
I think it just screams out 2000s to me. Like, it's something about, like, it just puts the nostalgia goggles on for me. But who's asked, mate, about these Rebuild the Galaxy sets? That's all I'm going to say. Like, for me personally, I really ain't asked. couldn't care less about the. I know the Jedi Bob was good and the Dark Falcon and that, but like this is just maybe it's a stocking filler. But like these characters mean jack shit to me. Obviously they're cool, but I'm not going to go out my way to pick this up, and it's money. It's money that I'd rather spend somewhere else. Obviously the name of it's cool. The flames, it does look pretty sick, but I just didn't ask at all about this at all.
And this is the only one I've seen where I'm like, I can't wait to build this already. So I think this is going to go to the top of my backlog because I don't know what it is. I just like it. I love it. But what do you think, guys? Padawan, what do you think of this?
I like it. The good thing about Rebuild the Galaxy is just a bit of fun in it. Do you know what I mean? The 3 figs, the 2 of them don't care really about that. What's that name of that dude on the end with the dual fucking purple lightsabers?
Yeah, this picture's not the best. I can't really see it. Wait a second, let me drop the banner off.
He looks pretty cool. He looks like a Darth Cad Bane. He's like the go-to fig, I think, of this set. If I was going to get anything out of this, it'd be that fig because it just looks
Solitas. And those lightsaber blades look purple to me.
They are purple.
They are purple.
How much is it set? Retail?
In the US, it's 55.
This would be 45 for us, wouldn't it?
Fucking hell.
That's
shit.
Wrong.
30%, maybe 100. Maybe I'll get it. Fucking, I thought it was like a 35 piece. 20.
Bro, you've got 45 quid. You ain't buying this, are you?
There's no fucking way,
man. It's just bit.
That's where I'll agree with you 100% because as much as I love this set, there's no way I'm paying that for it. This will come down to, I don't know. I think this is going to come down to a $22.99 kind of jobby. Then it'll be worth picking up.
It's like what we said earlier. It's a set that if you got it bought for you, you're pretty chuffed, aren't you? It's quite cool, but you ain't spending your own money on this.
I still haven't bought the Ahsoka's stuff. What do you call it? Fucking hell. The Ahsoka. Her fucking Starfighter. I have not bought that yet, and it's because the price is
T16 shell. Yeah.
No. Sorry, not Ahsoka. Yeah, no, Ahsoka's the.
Right. Yeah. I bought a damaged box for like 21 quid.
Yeah, if you said to me, do you want to buy this Ahsoka Starfighter for £20? I'll be like, yeah, all right. I ain't paying 35 quid for it. There's no way.
But if you got it gifted to you, you're buzzing, aren't you?
Oh, 100%.
It's got its own category, that sort of set, isn't it? Where it's like, yeah, if I don't have to spend my own money on it, great. But I ain't spending my own money on that, and this falls into it.
Not for nothing, but that little speeder in there, that black and orange little speeder in there is way better than the one in the last year's battle pack. Just saying.
Don't really like the nunchucks, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them in use. Someone's cutting someone's arm off by mistake with them, definitely.
It's not even holding it properly.
Yeah, look what Lego Star Wars, or look what Lego did this time.
Wait a sec.
Full screen.
Can't see it. Wait a sec. Why does it not let me throw a full screen from there? Oh, there you go. Wait a sec.
Oh, bro.
What are we looking at?
Original trilogy.
Where? Oh,
Anakin.
Nice.
Clone Trooper.
And that says Clone Trooper. What else have they got wrong? Starships. I guess the rest is right. That's
crazy stuff, bro.
Wow, that's rascal. That is so rascal. Is it on the site as well?
Yeah, it's on the site. Yeah.
It's like they do it just to take the piss now. It's like see how long it takes for people to realise we're all fucking idiots.
Yeah, they're trolling us, like.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
So they're doing it for the shits and giggles these days.
Thoughts on this one then, Tyler? Yay, nay?
So I mean, it's tough. I mean, it's either this or the Django Slave 1. But I had this as like the number one, or like what I thought was the number one best valued and interesting playset of the wave. I had this at that spot, but Django Slave, I'm a huge advocate of I think 70 for the Django Slave 1. There's no problem with it because 50 for the Boba, a couple years ago, sure, inflation, whenever you add another 5, say it was going to be 55 or whatever, maybe even 60. But then you look at the fact you add another fig in there, which is like a guaranteed 5 value. You add another like 120 or 130 pieces or so. Like, so I think the 70 for the Django Slave 1, there's absolutely no problem with that. Like them asking that. If anything, I think that might be objectively the best like besides maybe the K2SO, I think Django Slave 1 is like objectively the best value set of the wave. So maybe I'll give it the 1 up on that one and put this one second. But I mean, I think I've said it before, like it's hard for me to really care about prices of these things because it's like I just know I'll never pay 55. It's like if I'm ever gonna buy it, I'm gonna get it like at 30 or 35, if not even less. And like at $30, I mean that I'm gonna pay for it eventually. This is absolutely fantastic. I love it. You know what I mean? So like I think it's just like the most interesting. The figs all look great. There's printed arms on the one guy. It's just interesting. It's unique, fun colors. So it's definitely the second or it's the first or second best play set in my opinion of the wave.
I thought there was printed arms on 2 of the guy. Oh no, yeah, you're right, only 1. Okay, but printed legs on
getting a new snow speeder next year, and they ain't gonna put out that new cockpit piece without giving us a new one next year.
Yeah, but that one's black and yellow, so there was a tint to it, wasn't there, in the snow speeder? But it was like an orangey tint, wasn't it?
Oh.
Anyway, let's move on. Last set and my number 1 of the wave
this is my number 1. I completely forgot about it. If I'm honest.
Is it the ATF?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, it's 3 people's number 1s.
Not mine.
Yeah, and this is coming from the
UCS set, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm not. That's why I think this is quite integral to my quick bit of feedback on this, because I don't do UCS. I'm not saying I don't respect them, don't like them, and don't think they're amazing. And if I had more space, I wouldn't get them. But generally, I'm looking at this and thinking, wow. I think, okay, the box art should be better. Don't get me wrong. But the green glow behind it does kind of work for this if it's rather than just black. And I think just that, I don't know, green. I know this appeared in Empire Strikes Back kind of briefly, but this is Return of the Jedi for me. That was my favorite film coming up, growing up. I had the sort of action sets of these, which is probably about the same size. You could put a fig in, full-size fig in with the Kenner toys, and I loved it. Had a little press button on the back. The pilot fig, I think, looks good. Just a general, and I mean the price line of this one is strong as well for what you're getting. I just think it looks good, and this is gonna look
180 Ross.
180 in the UK, but it just, I think on display that would look really, really strong.
Is this going to come with any sort of like GWP? Because it's a weird one, do you know what I mean? We're getting 3 UCS sets this year, so it's a bit of a weird thing.
Yeah, some UCS.
Tyler, do you know anything? Are we getting anything that's coming with this potentially?
Nah, it's just regular August 1st. I mean, nothing's coming with it.
You can fucking wait then. I ain't buying this day one.
Yeah, well, I say same. But what I'm saying is that do you think they've offset the fact that they gave us a kind of weak GWP earlier in the year because they're trying to do something with this as well? Or am I just?
I think, like you said, I think this is going to be just a here you go. You want this? You have it. You're getting nothing else with it, but this is what you're getting, type of thing.
Greg, in the chat, how are we doing, mate? This is a good UCS, but geez, is it boring to look at? Oh, mate, not at all. This gives me so. People talk about nostalgic vibes, which is hard for me to get nostalgic vibes for Lego. Star Wars, yes, but Lego, no, because I was an adult when Star Wars Lego came out, right? But and not to say you can't have nostalgia as an adult, but I just don't click with it that way, right? But this takes me back to being 4 years old, playing with that thing between the dining table.
So what are you playing with between your legs, mate?
Yeah, playing with what between your legs?
Let me cut that before I answer the question and leave it as an innuendo. But I don't know. This just takes me back, and this will make a great Christmas gift for me from somebody. So the boxes are boring, but the green background does look good. Yeah,
in the chat, hint.
Agree with you there, Greg. It's the box art doesn't. I mean, when you had this great box art and all these other mid sets, and they couldn't just throw in like some random, I don't know, some stock footage of a forest in the background, it blows me. It didn't even have to be a scene from Endor, just some stock footage of of the woods in the background would have been good.
I had
But
this
yeah,
ranked at number 2. I think this will be my selection for next year's May 4th promo, to get the promo. That will probably still be at full price, but I do like it. It's nice to see the UCS set this sort of price range. Still very good. No issues with this at all. I think it's
No dual molded legs though for the pilot. They could have given us
Yeah.
dual molded legs.
yeah.
Greg pointed that out. Yeah, it's a good point. That was kind of that's a bummer. But this is a new fig though, right? We haven't seen this in.
It's exclusive, yeah.
Coop, Tyler, have we got anything close to this, this detailed of a fucking pilot pit fig?
Haven't we
I
got
can't
this
remember.
without arm printing?
Wasn't the last ATST that came out the one from Rogue One, which didn't have a pilot at all? I don't think.
No, it was technically the snow speeder one.
There was a snowy one, wasn't there?
The snow speeder, the Hoth one, the one that kind of pairs really nicely with the
You get that snowy chewy with it.
Yeah, but that had a pilot though, right?
Yes.
Or
I've got him there.
Drop.
Watch my ass.
Cake.
Packing the cake.
He's nowhere near as detailed. Do you know what I mean? He's missing leg printing and arm printing.
Yeah, this guy's got the goggle. Has that guy got a double face with goggles on? Hasn't this guy got goggles on?
Negative
on the face.
No, because it's printed on the helmet.
That
I
guy,
thought, why
I
why
don't
did
know
I
whether
think
it's
that?
it's just I think it's just shadow in it from the helmet.
I think I was looking at a different image. No, yeah, you're right. It wouldn't make sense unless he's, wearing 2 sets of goggles, which I guess would be cool, but like 2 chains, 2 gogs. Mark my words, that fig's going to be an ATST microfighter next year. 100%, Greg. Agreed. Nope. Arm prints are new, but we've had tons of drivers without them. Get cooped, hey mate. What's up, Bruce? What's up, Greg? Okay. I just want to say at this point that I asked Coop if he wanted to come on and help discuss these sets, and he ghosted me. So just saying.
He's a busy guy, mate.
Coop's an asshole for that shit.
He's a busy guy.
Love you, Coop.
He thinks
all the service.
He thinks you're part of the Russians are going to invade Anchorage, so he's like, "Fuck that."
Can't even invade our own country, mate. What's next? Look, are we done? I don't know what, because I've given this a 9.6. This is probably one of the best sets I've seen for a long time in terms of all round. I honestly am only taking points off it, 0.4 points off it, because I would have preferred a bit of better box art. Rather than that, I mean, obviously I can't see what the inside's like, but it could be the first guys. This is, mark my words, not mark my words. That's not the wrong way of saying it, but
could be history.
You heard it here first. History is going to be made. I'm going to own my first UCS set, but I ain't buying this anytime soon either. So,
no, it's good. It's good.
How much am I paying Tyler to be on the panel, mate? He just wanted to test out his new camera. That's the only reason he's here.
What camera are you rocking, Tyler? What'd you buy?
No, so last night on Ryan's stream, Ryan yesterday bought that Insta360 thing, and Maul bought it too, and ENG had it. And it was, I don't know, me and Ryan were talking about it for like 10, 15 minutes before the stream started, and he said Best Buy had it for like 150 or whatever. Like I think it's normally 2 or 250. Like I mean, I don't know. Like objectively, I think 150 seems cheap for technology. I don't know. Like I don't really pay attention to any of this stuff, but like 150, I'm like, I don't know. It seems like 3 or 4 people got it all of a sudden. People are kind of hyping it up. So this morning I went to go get one, and so I have it now. I mean, it's nice, you know what I mean? Like, so I have it. It's connected with the cable, but I don't know how to download the software that you need to get into the settings. So in a little bit here, I'm gonna call Ryan and hopefully, because he just did it yesterday. Hopefully we can get it situated for me. And I don't know. I mean, hopefully for 150. This will just be a nice thing that just better quality. I don't need a camera on a tripod, that's taking up a lot of room. It's just sitting right here on the top of my laptop. And sure, it's got like the AI stuff, so like eventually it's going to be like moving, and like if I go over here or something, like it's going to follow me, which is I guess cool. I mean, only thing that's going to kind of suck is like, dude, like if I go out to like sneeze or something, it's going to literally follow me as I'm gonna, so I'm not going to be able to like hide a sneeze or anything. You know what I mean? But yeah, so I don't know. In a perfect world, man, I mean, I get this thing looking good. I'm gonna get a couple. Because I've literally got like big, like dumb on. Oh, actually, dude, ironically, I can just shift the. I just go this way. So I've got 2 super big, ugly ass umbrella lights I've had forever that, I mean, I just want to get rid of. So hopefully I can just get like a couple like small little lights to put like on the desk, and then I'll probably get like a vertical monitor to put next to this just to have like more screen space. And hopefully I can get stuff, because I mean, in a perfect world, I would be able to just even film my regular videos just off of this. So then like I don't need to have a camera or a phone on a tripod, and I can just literally just sit here and just turn it on, just talk this easily, and then have it already on the computer, upload it, right, like edit it, upload it. So I don't know. I think it's I've never been the best at technology. I mean, hopefully I can get this looking pretty good over the week, but for 150, I'm like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. Like if it was like $1,000 or something, like I mean, I'd be a little bit more worried. But like for 150, like let's hope I can get it work. But if not, it's not the end of the world. I mean, I could probably sell. Like I could probably sell to someone else for $100 and just lose a little bit of money.
I still remember that video you made a long time ago, Tyler, where you just literally the whole video is you complaining that you don't really know what you're doing with your technology. And
I still don't. And
I remember watching that and thinking, wow, this guy's just so honest. And this is what I liked about you, is that none of this, dressing everything up, making it look nice. It was just like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm going. And I was just like, wow.
I can't even download a software, dude. Like I have no clue what I'm doing. Like, I mean, I don't know where my downloads folder is. I don't know where nothing is, dude.
This is why I like using an iPhone, because I can just plug it in and boom, I'm off.
I ain't getting any technology stuff. I'm literally using an iPhone, and that's how
I'm getting a new mic though. I'm going to go for the Shure MV7, hopefully on Prime Day, to replace my 8-year-old Yeti.
Yeah, I've got this thing, bro. Like, I mean, I don't know. The more I look at it and like I hear myself on people's streams, like, I mean, do I sound fine right now? Like, genuinely, like, I mean, do I sound fine, or like,
you sound fine.
Yeah.
Like, okay, like, I guess I should say, do I sound good or great? Like, fine is like one of those things. Like, fine is not that good of a term. You know what I mean? Like, do I sound like great, or is it just like tolerable?
I'd say it's pretty good. Like,
you're a 7.5 out of 10.
Okay, so that is pretty bullshit. 7.5 out of 10.
If I'm comparing what I can hear to, and I watch these back as well, so I know mine is pretty poor. But because I haven't got the best microphone in the world, I went kind of low, right? But I would say that in terms of what I'm hearing, Tyler is the best quality. Padawan is slightly behind, and then Nimble's a little bit of a way off, but then he would be because he's just using a phone. So
I just want to replace my mic because I've had it for like fucking 7-8 years now, and I think it's time to retire it because it's, again, I'm the techie guy and it's using software that's well old now. So and I have to be like this close to even be like heard. If I'm over here, I sound echoey as shit. Whereas that's why I want a new mic. Now I'm going to upgrade you, Tyler, to an 8. You're an 8 out of 10.
Well, okay, so I just, is there
10
a
out of 10
difference
would
now?
be like Joe Rogan using $1,000 mic. Do you know what I mean?
So okay, so I just turned off my mic and I'm just on. It's just my MacBook mic now. Better or worse than it was?
Worse.
100, like actually, like you guys are being truthful. Yeah. Actually worse.
It's not pitch. There's no pitch control.
But MacBook's good. So you've gone from an 8 to a 7. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. but it is objectively worse than one of my mic is.
Yes. I wouldn't record a fucking YouTube video with your MacBook mic.
Okay, all right. Well, that's good. At least my mic. At least I'm getting a half of a point out of it, right?
I can't tell the bloody difference. I feel like a right div.
This is the one I'm buying. I'm pretty sure it's the one Ryan's got.
How much is it?
£300, so like nearly $400 with tax.
See, the crazy part is, man, like, I mean, the more I've realized after doing this for a decade, you know what I mean? And like the thing is, I don't know anything myself, but it's like I look here and I look back at like all these variations of BS things I've gotten over the years, like, you know, cheap lights, you know, a cheap camera, like a cheaper mic, like a cheap this, cheaper, like, and I just like think to myself, like, dude, I've spent so much more stress and like money with like 5 different purchases for everything that like total up to, you know, $300 and $500 because I've had to rebuy stuff 4 different times since I'm buying the 4 cheapest ones compared to just like off the jump getting a $300 mic and just never have to worry about it, have it last a decade. So there's part of me, man. I mean, and when I talk to Ryan like later and everything, and I mean, I'll ask him, and I'll probably even just ask him, just like, look, I mean, what's the exact mic you got and everything like that. And if it is $300, I mean, it's just, I might do it. You know what I mean? It's just because I mean, if it works forever, and if it's like a 9 out of 10 and it works for a decade, and there's no doubt behind it, it's like that is worth that extra money to me all day.
Well, what's the saying? You pay cheap, buy. What's the word? Buy right or buy twice. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, yeah, buy it cheap and you got to replace it. Like that's like the same thing with like, I don't know, you know, you buy like a cheap pair of shoes or something. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, they only last you 6 months, but it's like shit. Just get a good pair that lasts you 4 years, and it's like, you know, instead of rebuying stuff, a pair of shoes 8 times, just have the like. It's like kind of like that.
I wanted a mic to make videos, and I said this to you in the last week. But like, I spent the money and got the really nice DJI mics because I know that these will probably do me for the next 5-6 years. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's why I thought, buy the money now, and I'm not going to have to spend more down the line.
All I know, man, is I mean, dude, school's teaching me how to use the Pythagorean theorem or whatever the fuck, dude, and I'm sitting over here trying to. I wish I got taught how to use some like I mean. I wish I got taught how to use a microphone back in high school, dude. Yes. Not learning about circumferences of a triangle or some shit. It's like,
wait till you got kids, lads, and you won't be spending.
Mate, we had one TV in my whole high school. One TV you had to wheel around.
It was in black and white when you were at school, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'd have to wind it up. But guys, we got to move on to these figs. All I'll say about Tyler's mic is that you don't get rid of it anytime soon, mate. And if you do, you should put it up for a thingy, because I got so many great memories of you hugging that thing whilst drunk over Christmas.
Yeah, it's like,
yeah. This mic's definitely been molested a few times, probably by me.
So, guys, figgies. There's obviously 2 missing here, which we have talked about, I guess, a little bit, but they're not standout figs anyway. But best wave of figs for me for a long time, because there's not really a stinker in here. I'm a massive Ventress fan, always have been. But that London Bridge said the same thing, that he likes the General Kenobi. I mean, that's a stellar lineup of figs. Normally, when you have 3, 4, 5 figs, there's always one that's a bit like, yeah, I could have taken it or leaving it. But that's not the case with this, and that's the only thing I think carrying that V19, so that people are going to buy it and not kind of forget about it. I obviously like the build as well, but you know, even if I didn't, that's worth purchasing it for. So, I mean, it's just seeing such a nice array of figs, and again, looking at those bottom 2 rows. I like that they've done something they haven't done for ages. And I'm pretty sure I remember you saying something about this, Tyler, a long time ago, where what happened to the opposite end, releasing 2 sets that oppose each other. You know, they used to do it with battle packs and stuff like that, but they're doing it with 2 large builds now, where it's like, this is a battle scene all in one. 2 sets, you've got everything you need for a battle, the right amount of figs, everything. So that I like about this.
Do we just roll off everyone's top 3? Because I'm going to have to shoot in a minute. Do you know what I mean?
Me too.
Yeah. I'm going to start. I'm going to go Ventress. I'm going to go Ventress, Lamassu, Pilot.
Not bad.
As in the V19 Pilot.
I like the Pilot, and then I saw the front face picture that Tyler, you got the screen grab off fucking Thingy's video.
I got that somewhere. I got that
David
somewhere
video.
As well.
Yeah,
that's annoying. That is upsetting.
But my top three are probably number 1, just because I want him, and I've wanted this fig for a while, is Bly. then Lamassu, then
Damn, dude, CJ saying Bly.
yeah, I'm not like the whole like 100% accuracy of a clone figure doesn't fucking bother me whatsoever. Like I don't really give a shit that much. As long as I get that fig. The only granted, what I mean, if Bly had a waist cape, I'd be splurging.
Well, then CJ, I mean, is it safe to say, bro, if I put this figure up for sale right here and said, hey, this is a Commander Bly, would you be fine with buying it because you don't care about accuracies, you just want Commander Bly? Dude, got him so frustrated it froze him.
Is he frozen or is he muted or what? You got no answer.
He ain't moving a muscle, man. Unless there he is.
I froze out. Sorry, Tyler. Say again.
Okay, all right. So if I put this figure up for sale right here, and I said, "Hey, this is my Commander Bly up for sale," would you buy it because you don't care about details of Commander Bly? You just want a Commander Bly.
That's literally nowhere fucking near, bro. Do you know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean, man. You don't care about accurate details on a Bly, so dude, buy my Bly, bro. Buy him.
I just want the block. Like, all right, fucking let's. I'm not getting Bakara, but I was excited for Bakara, and then I've seen the puffy cheeks, not interested. Got excited about the clone pilot, not interested because I've seen the front picture now. Let's take away Bly for a minute, but Lamassu and just I think the Galactic Marines are pretty spot on.
Hey, stand by it, mate. If you like the Bly, you like the Bly. Stand by it. I think he's good.
But it was Bly, Lamassu, Galactic Marines, just because we all want a Galactic Marines for so long. Just a pity they're not coming on the UT-80 instead of a fucking. I mean,
yeah. Nimble.
My three. I'm gonna go Lamassu, then Lamassu, then General Kenobi, and then the Commando droids.
Yeah. Quick one. Commando droids, love them. I don't give a fuck if they're the wrong color, right? I just like the fact that we've got Commando droids back.
Why are they so much taller? They weren't that much taller than a battle droid before. I don't think they were taller at all. Why are they taller?
They're not.
No, they are. They use the same legs back then.
What? So they were always taller.
I think that picture's not doing it justice.
I think the picture's just out of scale.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Picture and in scale. But yeah, the Commando droids are sick. Obviously, I'm into my Separatist droids, so yeah, pretty chuffed about them. Lamassu, fucking insane, absolutely insane, but should have been with the UCS set. And obviously, I ain't gonna lose sleep over it. But in a perfect world, then yeah, that should have been with the UCS one. But like you say, the figs pretty good to be honest. I don't fall into the category where I'm not a perfectionist with the clones. I think these are all right. I think they're pretty good. I don't look at the imperfections. They don't bother me as much. So yeah, pretty chuffed with this. A lot of them I might have to just get on the second-hand market maybe because they're going to be behind a big paywall. If you ain't buying the sets, then yeah. But yeah, all in all, probably give it an 8 out of 10.
Oh, Tyler.
I go Kenobi 1, Lamassu 2, and then the.
Fuck, it froze again. Can't.
No, you're still in it.
You haven't.
Yeah, we can still hear and see you, Padawan. Now he predicted it.
He knew it was coming. He's
got
unreal internet.
Yeah, we heard it. You froze just after it.
I'm gonna have a word. I've got fucking gigafast internet, but my latency at the minute is a bit fucking hit and miss. So I need to have a word and get some money.
So
Tyler, go on. Start again, Tyler. Go on.
Yeah, Kenobi number 1, Lamassu 2, and then the dude from the nunchuck Sith guy from Rebuild the Galaxy.
Salazar or whatever his name is. Yeah, that's a good shout.
Oh, God dang.
Go on, Whittakee. You joined just in time. Give us your top 3 in here.
That's
Can I guess?
I was going to bring that up to another show, but you've not got one on there that I would have gone for. But I would have gone.
Froze again for fuck's sake! Can't.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, but now he predicts it every time.
Fucking bang on, unless he's just winding us up and just pausing himself.
No,
on
I
purpose.
genuinely keep freezing. As
No, dude, no, that's definitely a CJ thing, man. He's just faking the frozenness.
So
Whittakee,
you on about
What's-
just these now here?
and
we're talking
again,
about-
froze
well,
again.
would you-
Genuinely, it's bullshit.
Bro,
Would
this
you-
is how his internet's feeling right now.
Poor old Whittakee, he's trying to give his top three. Like, Whittakee, right? Top three. These are all the figures apart from the Ewok and the Scout Trooper. So if
Okay.
you want to say them, you can.
No, it's just funny enough. I've been thinking about doing this, like for another show or something. But I was going to include all the ones this year. So, but
Oh no,
but
this is
obviously-
just the way.
yeah,
we're
just
only
out of
talking
these
about
lot
this big.
then. So out of these lot, it will be probably
Boba, Ben Kenobi,
no,
and one of the battle droids.
it would probably be it's in between that new one, that Doris one, or no, I'll go for Caddy Monday number 3.
Monday, love it.
Getting Monday.
Yeah, or Monday then.
Kiadi
Getting
Sunday.
Tuesday.
There's always one, isn't there? Or General Kenobi number 2, and
Kenobi.
and Christ, can't pronounce the bloody the Prime Minister.
Lamasu, yeah.
Oh,
So
sorry,
everybody,
Keir Starmer.
everybody
yes, no,
everybody had Lamasu in their top three. So it says it all, doesn't it?
yeah.
Right, boys, I'm going to have to shoot 'cause my phone's about to die anyway.
See, if,
But,
if it was all through the year, though, I would have had Django Fett from the UCS as number 3.
boys, been an absolute pleasure catching up with you all and
Yeah, man, we've got to do it again. Run it back.
enjoyed that.
Yeah, take care, Nimble.
Ta-ra, fellas. Bluestone, episode 11 tomorrow. Be there.
And when you're going to get your
Ta-ra.
haircut finished?
Hey, I'm rocking the mullet these days.
Well, you look like my son.
You got to be brave to rock a mullet. And boy, am I
Yeah, he
brave.
does. Yeah.
But yeah, take care, fellas.
See you, man.
Ta-ra.
Take care.
Ta-ra. Wicket, best set of August Wave. Bye-bye.
And on that bombshell.
Looking like that, he does remind me of my son, actually. Bloody hell.
Yo, look at this alt build that so Lego Brick Horizon, apparently some land people, were able to give them the parts list early. And allegedly that's already a 1-to-1 remodel or alternate build of the new turbo tank into a UTAT.
Tyler, where have you got that? Can you send that across to me? I'm going to throw it up on the screen so you can see a bit better. Where's it from? I'll clip it and I'll throw it up.
By the way, good evening, Tyler. Hello.
What was that?
I said good evening, Tyler. Hello.
Oh, good evening to you.
Yeah.
I bet is that actually made from all the pieces from the Juggernaut?
Yeah, I mean, he claims it's a 1-to-1 alternate build of it. So I mean, if there's no extra pieces needed, that is unreal. That's how that looks. I mean, that looks crazy good.
And
that is a reason to buy it.
And it probably doesn't fall apart like the Juggernaut does. Probably
very true. It probably does not. Yeah.
Because I did watch. I watched a review of that, and it's like bloody hell.
Yeah. No, it's one thing you to pick it up and like one thing falls off, but it's like for you to hold it in the wrong spot and like 30 pieces falls off, like that's insane to me. That and even then like you hold it by the, and sure, maybe you're not who is really going to be holding it by the doors? Like probably not a lot of people, but like the fact that like it literally, if you were to ever accidentally hold it by the doors, I mean, it literally breaks the entire set. Like it does, which is insane. Again, it doesn't just like rip the door off. It literally breaks 100 other pieces off, which is just
wild. It's quite expensive, but to me, that's still aimed like for children. No, like it looks more like a toy. So obviously, children they play rough, and the whole thing will fall apart.
Yeah.
No, this is a reason to get the set. I gotta say, because this looks amazing. I'm looking at these pictures; they're really good quality pictures as well, actually.
Yeah,
was that aimed at me? Yes, I am old enough to be his dad. I'm old enough to be anyone's dad here, apart from mine.
I I did take some of the figure and character comparisons that you did, Tyler, but I don't think we need to throw them up because, you know, I know CJ's looking to shoot off soon. I'm going to be the same, but I'm going to throw these pictures up and then we might close it out.
Quickly throw them up and then I've got to go.
Same.
Oh, I thought you were going to stay in with me, CJ.
Okay, I got work tomorrow. I'm past bedtime already. Sam's ready in bed. She's waiting. She wants to cuddle, so I need to go to fucking bed.
Yeah, sorry, I did message you back, man, to say that the guys weren't going to be able to stay.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I don't really, can't have to put
I don't
my
really
phone
listen.
away.
Yeah, don't really read messages, just like Coop. Yeah.
Well, no, I was at work.
Joking.
I did still manage to come in and do some banners for you.
No, well done, mate. Yeah, I appreciate that. And if I'd known that somebody was listening to your laptop, I would have been shouting all sorts of abuse.
Oh God, yeah, I was like, gee. They came in and said, "There's people talking through your laptop."
Yeah. Why won't it let me send these pics now? Wait a sec. It's my Bluetooth on, yeah. So anybody buying any of that stuff, day one, D1B?
No, because I'm buying the fucking Black Pearl, baby.
Oh, you did say, yeah.
As long as it's good, anyway. Like, if I'm going to buy anything, I might just have the battle pack.
If I was going to get anything, but I'll still wait to sell, but it probably would be the same one.
So the MTT is the first one I'd think to buy on a discount. That's the first thing I'd probably want to buy on a disky.
Mm.
It's funny, you said you want to buy the Black Pearl, did you say?
I want the Black Pearl. I know that's coming up. So it's a drop 12th of August. So I think it's 12th of August. So hopefully we'll have some fucking photos soon.
Yeah, it's probably nice. It's funny enough though. If I had the money or whatever, but obviously I'm saving at the moment. But I was thinking about a different boat. Is it the Go Merry or the? I might be wrong. It's from One Piece.
Oh, that fucking thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I quite like that. But then again, I like the show. So.
Now you're talking about. Sorry, I thought you were talking about this. That's really good. It's got a quite good interior because I thought this looked like it's about the size of my hand until I saw the inside. It's got some interior. These are good shots. I'm hoping this is on Rebrickable for free by the time the set is.
Right, my boys, I gotta go. So
Before you go, quickly show off my toy now that I'm back from America.
Oh yeah, you got one. Did you get the gold one in the end? Did you get swapped?
Yeah, I got the gold one.
He had a black one and he swapped it for a gold one.
I knew he had the black one.
Can't believe it.
I had the gold one.
Before I go. Oh,
yeah, there was only one silver one, and Martin was fair enough. He was there first, so
it should connect. Hopefully, wait. Everyone's up. Look at that, boys! Oh, the brick world.
Well, that's a good idea.
Nice.
Look,
where the hell's?
Oh, yours is like triple. Bloody hell!
There he is. Where is he? There he is. Bosh!
Yeah.
The
walk
that's
away.
the one thing I didn't realise they were selling. And I missed out on that.
Oh,
guys,
yeah.
Look at this. Look at this though. That's really good. Yeah, that's strong. I like it.
Right, boys, I'm going to head off. I need to go and get cozy.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to be doing the same. I just need to. In fact, nice T-shirt as well, by the way. Nice. Links in the description, guys. Still available, 4 colors.
Oh shit!
Well, I'm glad Hive's gone because I didn't realise that I had this one on.
Nice.
iPhone 11, best streaming camera in the world.
Yeah, actually, it does look better than what you just had on.
10 times better. It's all about lighting. That's what I realized. No matter what camera you got, could be a 20 grand camera. If you're lighting shit, then you ain't getting anything good.
What's my lighting like compared to normal? You probably haven't really noticed, but I changed my lights, and now I got 2. I know you're supposed to have 3 for the perfect thing, but I got 2. I noticed I did a video the other day, and I noticed the quality of the picture was so much better when I shared it.
It's all about stopping shine, like on your face and stuff. I was always told make sure the light's behind whatever camera you're using. Make sure the light's behind the camera so that the camera's got maximum fucking light, like shining on you, type thing. I don't fucking know. I'm not a pro. I'm just learning all this. YouTube's your friend. Do you know what I mean?
It's difficult with my head, so you can see the light shining there and there. See, but before when I used to do it, you could see it in my glasses. Now, obviously, you can still see the screen, but yeah, that feels a lot better. And it feels warmer. You know, the picture does. But
for me, I look purple, and there's the screen of my glasses, bro. So I'll never look perfect.
I'm sure people are saying it notices, but I just use my normal lights.
Yeah, living room, big lights, like the big lights are on.
From next time, I've realised when I do my boxer boys, I'm just going to do it without the actual case on the top because just couldn't see it properly, light reflecting off of it.
Well, you might have a second-hand microphone coming your way soon, mate, because I heard somebody's getting rid of this.
Yeah, Martin. I'm having I'm going to get myself a new mic on Prime Day. Hopefully, the price should go down, and you can have my old one.
Yeah, I remember you saying. I just don't. I didn't want to just keep going.
What should happen?
No,
what should happen is CJ. You should give me yours, and then I'll give Martin mine.
Either way, there's no need for me to have this mic. So, Martin, I was going to give you this one, which is still really good. Do you know what I mean? It's just, I just wanted a little.
Since I've been using this laptop, that's not quite as problem as what it was when I was on the phone, anyway. So, well, that was a nightmare.
But yeah, right, boys. We keep dawdling off. I need to fucking go.
All right, take care, mate.
Same, cheers, mate. Yeah, I got to kick off as well. I said to Kirsty, I will not be here longer than 3 hours. 20 minutes later. But
so,
Tyler, mate,
so it's over now?
It's not. No, I haven't ended the stream. Whittakee's free to stay on. If you guys want to chat about some more stuff, that's up to you.
Oh, Whittakee. Oh, you guys both have controls of the StreamYard?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right, boys, I'm out.
See you, man.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
No pressure, but I've just finished work and I'm buzzing.
Yeah, the opposite of all of us. I mean, damn. I don't know. I mean,
Ostif's going to pop on now.
Oh, is he?
Do you want me to send him a link?
I can pop in. Oh yeah, come in, Ostif.
Okay, I'll stay until the Ostif transition at least, just to you know what I'm saying. I'll stay for another 5 or so.
It's a polite way of saying, "Don't leave me with this nutter."
Well, no, I mean, no, it's just true. I don't know.
Tyler he just likes the idea of staying on a stream all night, but then he won't do his own. So, and when you were saying that earlier on about upgrading your kit, Tyler, is that for a plan for like regular streaming? Or no.
Hopefully, it's planned for both. You know what I mean? Hopefully, I can film videos in easily there and stream. I don't know. It's just
I think you've gotten too comfortable being on everybody else's where there's no pressure, and I'd be the same. I think where it's like,
that's a very good point.
I went through a phase over kind of Christmas, and I wasn't, streaming as much as I do now then myself anyway. So it's kind of not the same comparison. But I went through a phase of like being on other people's shows for whatever reason. I was just making lots of connections in the community, being on other people's shows, and then I think we were going fortnightly at that point, and within that 2 weeks, I'd been on 3 different people's shows, I think, or something like that. And then when it came to doing our show, I was like, I got to do some work now. I've actually got to put some effort into it. I got to do a thumbnail. I got to do a banner, and it's like so much better when you can just sit there and just spout nonsense, and someone else tells you when to go, kind of thing.
Well, yeah, like I mean, and at any given point too, I can just kind of lean back and just, you know what I mean, like not because there's other people talking. Like it's nice.
I've got to learn to do a thumbnail one day.
Yeah, we'll teach you, mate. I still have no clue.
Sure it's
I
not
do.
hard.
People ask me, they go, "Oh, why would you do your thumbnails? They're really good." And I'm like, just on my gallery on my phone. The gallery on your phone is actually a lot better than you think it is, but I just can't. With Canva, I go on there. You give me like 82 different functions, and no, it's too much for me. Give me 6 functions, and I'll work them out.
I think with me as well, you got some of my photos from Facebook, didn't you? If I remember.
Yeah, I've had to because I'm like, can you send me a shot of you like, pushing a door or something? And he'd be like, ghosted. Or you send me a picture with a bunch of coats in the background so that when I try to clip it as a sticker, you look like a hunchback because he thinks the coats are you. But I had some great ones off Hive. I got to show you these ones off Hive, in fairness to him. He definitely one of those people who kind of understands the... I didn't even have to explain that much to him, but look at the pictures I had off Hive, just from a basic description of what it is I needed from him. And we didn't end up actually doing what we were going to do a hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil thing. So I kind of gave him the thingy of it and said, this is what we're going to do. I just didn't have time to do it properly. But so I had this one first, which is the one I used. And then he did speak no evil. Like I almost want him to come on a stream again, and then look at this one. Look at this one, looking right down at the camera. You like
scary.
And he did that within about 5 minutes. I thought the quality of that. He's already dropped out the background for me as well to make it nice and easy. And I was thinking, wow, guy, I've been asking my 9 co-hosts to do that for almost a year now, and they, can't get him to do it. 10 minutes.
Mate, I do normally send them pretty quick.
But no, it's fine, mate.
So how did he do that so quick?
Pass. He was just on the ball. I said, do you fancy coming on the show? Yeah. But I might not be able to stay very long. That's fine. I need these pictures. How about these? Okay. Did you already have those ready? But, I mean, they're Hive looking angry, so he probably already had them in his phone, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they're just like pictures that he's taken with his wife at a restaurant. I don't know. But fair play to him. What a guy. I tell you what, though, in terms of people who I met at Brickworld, I was surprised that I got on so well with him. He was the guy, definitely. So
I don't know how long you were waiting in there. I just scrolled down and I thought, oh, look, there he is.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I got all these pictures in here. What do you think of this, Steve, off the bat?
Flames. That's what the turbo tank should have been. But instead, we got absolute dog water. I'm about ready to just go kick it into my trash can and get a bow and arrow that has some flames on it. Douse that trash can in gasoline, just set it up and kabooms.
Does anyone know why they decided to have a turbo tank with the Marines in it when it wasn't? That's not canon. That wasn't.
I don't know. Sigsby was saying earlier that it was something that it was like a last minute thing, and they designed that turbo tank like on the back of a fag packet last minute, apparently, which is why it's so crap.
I mean, after I've seen their reviews on it, it's even crappier than what it does look really bad.
It's absolutely.
But you did see, Ostiff, that this is made apparently from the parts of that Juggernaut.
Yeah, I mean it's an alternate build.
Oh, definitely.
So this gives us a reason to buy it, but
yeah, you can see underneath it looks like all the wheel parts, doesn't it? It looks like they've used.
There's demand for you to go live, Tyler, in the chat right now.
Definitely not today.
You got 15 people here, mate, who would probably just jump straight across.
I will say, Tyler, did it not inspire you that time when you went live? What's that? A couple of weeks ago, and within 20 minutes you had 300 viewers. Did that not inspire you?
I mean, it did, but if anything,
you must have felt good about that. You must have thought, bloody hell.
Yeah,
no, I was chuffed the other week when we had 30.
Yeah.
We had 30, our most ever at one given point. I mean, the people who actually watch it, you're talking like over 100. But in terms of actual viewers at 1.30, and I was like, yeah, another goal. But 300, Jesus.
It shows how many people missed you, Tyler, see?
No, it's good, mate.
Yeah.
That would be like Yeah, I was going to say that's what I was about to say. Actually, that would be like a huge thing, that would make me feel great, but it would also be overwhelming to think it's like, God damn, there's going to be like 300 people waiting for me to say and do something, So, right, Austin, because we got you. Hope you're well.
Oh, a bit sunburnt, but I'm okay.
Top three.
Oh, it's been a bit cocky.
Well, this is, I'm gonna have to definitely say numero 1. I got him. Where is he at? He's right here.
But this is the new one, mate, not the UCS one. Oh, I thought you were going to say.
I'm going Obes.
Yeah.
And
Who's
then,
my number 2?
Jangs, the simple man. And then
gotta have every variant of him, though, I suppose, haven't you?
Oh yeah. I'm the number 1 Django stan, so I'm here. And then, I'll go Lamasu.
Yeah.
Lamasu, yeah.
So obviously I missed all the others, but yeah, she's been in everyone's top 3, yeah.
He.
Just a he.
Sorry, he.
It's a man.
Come on, yeah. He's a man.
It's like
he's got the fin on his head. The male's got fins.
Yes. I like the fins, but even like the neck mold around it, so good. Like
the attention to detail is fantastic. I was looking at some old game footage the other day, showing that in the older version of the Skywalker saga, wherever the one that came before, the saga, the complete saga, what is it? They had 2 torso pieces to make up this figure, but obviously there's no arms, no torsos.
Yeah, no.
Bearded Brickman, sorry mate, I missed you. How's it going? Just going to work. And Josh Brick Studios, think you're new to the chat, but thanks anyway for coming in. We are winding down here, guys, but let us know what your top set is of the wave. Ostiff, could you do a top 3 from the wave off the top of your head from the 9 sets?
Do they have to be in order? Because I really don't have
not necessarily. I've got ATST, Hot Rod, Battle Pack, top 3.
I'm gonna go ATST is dot dog.
Mm-hmm.
The MTT, and then the Slave 1.
Oh, okay. Well, you're still gonna get that Slave 1.
Oh yeah, easy.
Oh, you said you want the fig anyway. Yeah.
You told me earlier I was going to be too late to do mine, so can I do mine now then?
Of course you can, mate.
Well, number 1 would be the Slave 1.
Really?
Yeah. It's the only, to be honest with you, it's the only one that's been at least that's slightly fairly priced compared to all the others. Second one would be, was that the same wave? K2S2? Is that out in August?
Everything on the picture on the page is me, yeah.
Well, oh yeah, there he is. Yeah, and then I don't want to buy any of the others. Thanks.
Well, we're not asking you to buy anything. You might not buy any.
Just the top 2.
No, I'm saying we're judging it on what you like the look of.
Okay,
not what you're going to buy. I might not buy any of them.
Well, I'll tell you what. I will say this because it looks nice, but I still don't think just because it looks nice, it's still not worth the money. But I'll say the MTT then. But when they're comparing that, like, oh well, that's the same as compare that to last year with the Star Destroyer. They're both worth about 160. It's like, well, hold on, the Star Destroyer had 1,553 pieces. This has got 913 or something like that. I don't know. It's like, nah. I don't know what Lego's doing. I really don't. They're either taking the piss or they're just.
Yeah, you and me both, mate. Josh,
oh yeah, Josh, he is new. Hi, Josh. Well, welcome to the channel.
Yeah, you came just towards the end, mate. We had a couple of guests in and out throughout the night, but we're winding down here now, so it's kind of like getting blood out of a stone, I guess, at this point. But there's still plenty of people watching. But yeah, guys, look, I'm going to hand it over to you. If you want to carry on, you carry on. if there's somebody out there in the chat who kind of wants to jump on and say their thing, and you want to host them, then by all means do so. You got the link. Other than that, I'm gonna boogie. But before I do, because true to my word, I'm gonna play our super chats for the two guys who are in the chat tonight. I do prefer to play them while they're actually here. But are you doing that? I noticed you doing that in someone's stream the other day. Why was I watching? You kept going weak. Oh, it's when we were doing that charity stream thing. Every now and then we were all talking about like people, people that are victims of abuse and stuff, and you just said weak.
Sorry, Martin. I just want to put this one up. I don't know what any of them are, but I like the long neck one.
See, even somebody who was completely clueless about Star Wars and Lego still voted for the vote. Very good.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take? Saul makes 10. 10 ought to do it, don't you think? You think we need one more? You think we need one more? All right, we'll get one more.
Nice. Right, that's me, guys. I appreciate you all, Tyler, and you could probably hear you'll be off screen, but thanks for coming in short notice. Arstiff, filling in a gap. No, I don't know how long the gap's going to be, but thanks for filling in. What have we got going on this week? Nothing this week that I can think of, but watch this space, guys, because I've got a collab going with Garrett, aka Brick by Brick Together, and it's coming very soon.
Good. This is
so yeah, we're working on it at the moment. We're working on some kinks. We spent like 3 hours on the phone the other day chatting about all sorts of other stuff as well. But keen to help each other out with that. But Muttley, are you going to come on? We're always room for one more. There's room for you, Muttley. Do you want to come on and talk about the Lego sets? Come on, Muttley. You don't have to show your face, mate. This is the stream for people having face reveals. We've revealed like 3 or 4 people now on this stream. Getting quite well known for it. So we got to have you on your Muttley.
Yo, real quick, I do actually have to go for real now.
Well, Tyler. I missed
Tyler,
you.
thanks. Hey, mate, thanks for coming in at just short notice. And it's always interesting to have your opinions. So,
yeah, I mean, no, it makes sense. I mean, like I said, you were streaming. I mean, you sent the message asking, and then, I figured, at that point, it was literally, I got the new thing set up, and it's like perfect time to kind of test it out as well. And so, I mean, it made sense. I was glad I popped in.
Well, I haven't home from work and put it on, and obviously jumped in, and it was a nice surprise to see you because I didn't know. Yeah, because I was popped in earlier and you weren't in, so it was nice. So hi.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch that thing with Ryan yet, but I'll try and check it out.
So I'll leave. It's privated as of now. So
is it?
Yeah. So
what happened there? Oh, it's because you just absolutely ripped him to pieces, did you? Or?
I don't know the full reason, but it's private.
Okay.
Have I missed something?
Guess I won't be watching that then.
I guess it was one of those things. He had to beat there, I guess, right?
Right. It was live only. Okay, I thought you meant you've changed it for some. He's changed it for some reason. Okay.
No, well, I mean, all of his streams go unlisted into a playlist, but this one ended up being like actually private, like where like no one can view it but him.
Sorry, who's this? Ryan, did you say?
Yeah.
All right. That's all right. I don't say anymore.
But no, I appreciate you anyway, mate.
All right. I will get on out of here then. See you guys.
Take care, Tyler.
Cheers, mate.
See you soon, my friend.
Considering I'm supposed to be going at 10 o'clock, I'm not doing very well, am I? So I'm gonna
not at all.
Oh, get off my sweaty backside. So you
Well,
guys gonna keep it going? Or?
Yeah, a little bit. Just see how things go. I obviously got a few things to say about the set, so
there we go.
Yeah. Do you want me to throw up?
I got my inner hive trying to come out.
Do you want me? I haven't got a picture of all the sets.
Mate, that's fine. We just I don't need. People know what they are now. I mean, they probably watched it all anyway, and so they know which sets we're talking about.
Most of the people in the chat now weren't here for the beginning part of fairness, so
yeah, but most people know what the sets are, don't they? Let's be honest.
Do they?
Well, most of them.
Right, I'm going to go. Don't forget to play out with some music. And remind everyone to like, sub, all that good stuff. If you're in the chat now and you haven't liked or subbed, what the hell are you doing here? Go and do it, and then come back.
No, don't say
Listen, guys.
Have fun.
I was almost pressed end stream then.
Yeah.
Remove myself.
Yeah, no, I've nearly done that before.
Thanks, guys. Take care, chat.
Yeah,
leave you in capable hands. Bye.
Well, I don't know about capable, but
I'm pretty dysfunctional.
Did you see earlier my I'm not going to turn the lights off again though, but
oh yes, I was here for it. That's pretty gnarly.
Kids loved it at work.
Oh, good.
But one of them went out to went to grab it. I went, no.
No, child.
The other staff went, well, that's me. And I went, sure, that's 120 quid's worth. You ain't touching that.
Oh yeah, that's when you just tell that kid just get lost.
Oh. Yeah, because obviously I was working today, so every 2 weeks here I'm on a weekend. So luckily, most of the time, I may be on an early or whatever. But yeah, even when I'm on a late, though, I try to come on for a couple of minutes or whatever.
I was down in Southern Ohio. We did my brother's bachelor party, and then we also did like a 4th of July celebration too. So that was pretty good.
So yeah, I was just gonna obviously say something about I'm sure people have heard it all and everything, but I've been watching these reviews and I'm just fed up with people making excuses for Lego.
Yeah, you can only
oh yeah,
there's no way
crap. It's really overpriced, but the figures are good. I'm sorry, the figures do not cover. They don't carry a separate set unless it's a battle pack, because obviously that's what it's all about. But let's not talk about that battle pack.
That thing's just.
They even took away the. I know it looked a bit like a pathetic little build, whatever. But they've taken that away now as well, haven't they?
Yep.
There was a little build of what's it called? Is it Flush? Yeah,
Flusha. Yep.
That's it. And I'm just fed up with hearing people, and then they say like, I mean, people that are reviewing it, they have to. I'm sorry, you have to. Include the price. You have to, and it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't agree with the price per piece, whatever, because obviously you've got tiny little pieces, you've got bigs, but when you suddenly look at a set that's like 813 pieces for $160,
it's unreal.
It's I mean, even for us, what's that? Probably about 145, something like that. But it's just. And then when I actually saw reviews of it, of how flimsy and how it fell apart, and just how crap it looked. Oh, but the figures are great. Don't care. Don't care.
Even the figures. I mean, Bakara is kind of dog water. He looks like Theodore from Alvin and the Chipmunks.
I mean, even the MTT, yeah, it looks nice, but it does look small when I've seen it up to others. But again, again, 900. I'm sorry, even if Lego was wanting to be a bit greedy, 100, maybe maximum 110.
Yeah,
no more. And like Juggernaut, 90, no more than 100 if they want to be a bit greedy. I don't know how they're justifying. Like I said last year, you could buy the Star Destroyer with 1,553 pieces, and it was the same price, wasn't it? It was 160. I just don't know what they're doing.
Yeah,
it's
wild.
ridiculous. And and these sets as well, they're play sets.
Yeah.
How do they expect kids or even parents to afford to buy that for? And to be honest, if I was a parent and I bought that Juggernaut and then I saw the kids like complaining every 2 minutes because it broke apart, I'd be bleeding fuming. Yeah, sorry to moan, everyone, but it's just I when I hear people go, "Oh, it's the best wave they've ever made." Bollocks! It's crap.
I want to know who's saying it's the best wave Lego's ever made.
I could name a few people, but I won't. They're on the internet. They're on YouTube. But I mean, it probably doesn't help because I'm not a big clone fan anyway. I'm more OT, but that don't mean I can't still appreciate something if it comes out. That is if it's decent and stuff.
Because I'm not a fan of the Phase 2 clones. I'm Phase 2 cloned out. It's like, give me some Phase 1.
Yeah, I must admit, I prefer the ones with the fins. Yeah, yeah. I mean, because that's more actually like from the prequels anyway, isn't it? So, than more clone the Clone Wars, but yeah.
It's like even at this point, I
don't understand. I mean, for us OT fans, what have we got this summer? We've got the ATST does look nice, but we've got to pay 200 quid for that, and then you've got an Ewok. Now I'm not going to be. I don't want to be honest with you. I thought it looked better than what I was expecting. It looks like him. It's it's not as bad as Chewbacca, I don't think. But the way that it's, I mean, somebody said it looks like he's about to do like a ballet thing, and the way he stood. I can see where they got that from, but it looks like how they've done it in Lego. It looks like he's almost trying to cross it. It looks like he's bursting for a pee.
Yeah.
But if somebody said to put a gun to my head and said I had to buy a set, I'd rather buy that than any of the clone ones that come out. Sorry, but
I think I'm not gonna really buy any of them day one. I'm waiting for a sale on.
Yeah, I won't buy any on day one. But there is. I mean, I said it right from the beginning, even like back in May and stuff, and no offense, because I know you actually love it, but I wasn't going to get the UCS Slave one, mainly because I couldn't afford it at the time, and plus I haven't got the other one. If I had the other one, I probably would have. Now I have got the other Slave one, the small one that they brought out a few years back. So I am really looking forward to actually buying the playset one.
Yeah,
because I don't think it looks too bad. And what makes me laugh is a lot of people have been sort of saying it's quite good. It's quite but it's the same size as the other one, and they moan like hell about that one.
Yeah, they do. I think
but I just think they look nice together, and plus you get a bonus. Yeah, you don't get with the arm printing. Fair enough, and I kind of agree with that anyway, because I think people that spend that much money on a UCS should have, and maybe not always just a figure that you can't get anywhere else, but a different type, a different variant of it. So, but then I also get the the bloody what's his name?
I do think the Ewok does come with a fig.
Yes, it does. Yeah. Sorry, what's the figure called? It's I forgot now. Lamasu, is that it?
Lamasu, yep.
Yeah. Because everyone thought they were just going to get the one that came in the other set, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Can't tell what names. Tonwi or something.
Tonwi, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's close. So and I must admit, I thought, because it's funny enough that they were talking about figures. I was going to say that in a future show for us to pick our top figures, but ones throughout all the year, but before the Death Star one come out, because that'd be just too many to try and.
Yeah, I don't know what my favorite figure of the year would be.
Well, I'd be shocked if it wasn't what I thought it was going to be.
Well, I don't like the UCS Django.
Really?
Nah.
Wow.
I mean, it's because I have.
Yeah, but just
No.
say if you didn't have the custom one, if it didn't exist.
I prefer the previous generation Django.
Right. Well, he was my top 3 then, so he was my third. So I don't feel so bad now saying that to you.
I think my first. I do like to clone pilot a lot. I know there's a whole controversy around it right now, but I like it. And I don't have to explain it why I like it. It's just
no, you don't.
I like
no,
it.
You don't have to. Because my top one is Lama Su, and then it's General Kenobi, and then well, if it was just this wave, it was Gadi Mundi, but
okay.
If it's throughout the year, it would have been the Django, the UCS Django.
Good.
I think my top 3.
Number 1 would be Lamasu.
Yeah.
Number 2 would be the episode 3 clone pilot from the Arc 170. Really like those. And then my third, General Kenobi.
Yeah.
That's who I'm going to ride with.
Because the thing is, what's annoying me is that I want that. When originally I started, I was like, just sets. I'm not worried about the figures, but unfortunately, as the years go by, you start getting more interested. And I really want the General Kenobi. I really want Kiadi Mundi because I haven't got it, and I also want the blue lass. I can't think of her name.
It was Sakura.
And I'm thinking, do I that means I've make me bloody go and buy those sets I don't really want.
Yeah. Just wait for wait like 2 years for like a Black Friday deal.
Yeah.
Then just snag. That's what I'm probably gonna do. Because there's nothing really that's like, ooh, I need this.
Did you hear what I picked up on
Yes,
Monday?
the Razor Crest. Jealous, dude. That's what I'm itching to get.
Well, it was like £105 knocked off. What's that? Probably about $140 off or something like that. And I must admit, thanks to Muttley, I don't know if he's still here, but he helped me because I was like and ahhing whether to wait for Black Friday.
Yeah.
I think it comes. I had to think more about it because it retires at the end of the year. And like he said, well, he said it's 20% off now. He said, but it's a good deal. He said you never know. Black Friday, it might not even, it might go 20% deal or slightly more. It might not.
Yeah, you just never know.
And I do remember this with the 8080 last year. He said, and if it does, then everybody's going to want it at the time, and you could miss out. And that's what happened to I decided not to buy it anyway last year, but I remember being on sale, and I think it was sold out before I even woke up. So he turned around and said to me, look, if you've got the money, get it now. I was like, yeah, you know what? Yeah.
Nice, well.
And what I didn't realise, because it's been out a few years and it's been a while since I watched the review of it and stuff. So I completely forgot. And it was a lovely surprise in that when I opened up the box, because expecting like half of it with bags, half of it with a white box. No, you get these 2 lovely boxes with 4 lots of lovely artwork on it. It's awesome. In fact, there's one there.
That's so cool.
And yeah.
That's
awesome. I'm on my second box.
Oh, really? There you
go.
I
was trying to take my time with it, but it's like, you know what it's like? It's like, I'll just do one box.
You want to get down to that one box?
Sorry, I'll just do one bag, and then it's like, I'll just do one more, and then the next thing you know, it's 2:00 in the morning. It's like, but yeah, it's downstairs at the moment because I actually took it to work today to show the little lad that he loves Lego how far I got with it. And then we did take one. I took one bag, so we could just. But yeah, basically, all I got left now to do is the engines.
Okay, I feel like the engines would be probably the most difficult part of the build.
I think the engines, once they're built, probably the same weight as the other part of the ship.
Oh, for sure, they're so hefty.
But yeah, I'm really impressed that I've got that set. I really, like I said, I missed out on the 8080, and it was like, let it go. A bit like the Christmas X-wing, let it go. But this, and like I said, because the money that I saved from Brickworld, because obviously I wasn't eating much, and I wasn't drinking and stuff because of because what was wrong with me. I brought back quite a lot of money, so it's not as if it was money that I would have spent. So I just, in fact, last week I spent £665 on Lego. Because I bought that, and I also bought the because it was on sale as well, the Dungeons and Dragons set. So yeah, again, when I started, only Star Wars. Yeah, right. Certain things, when I see certain sets that catch my eye, and I like, because obviously, like the Lord of the Rings ones, I got them. Not the button up, that don't interest me.
The book enough.
It's sets if they I think all that look really nice and on display. But like I said, it wasn't because people said, "Oh, but I thought you were saving." I said, "Yeah, but that's not that's not the savings already. I'm saving up for Brickworld next year." I said, "This was spare money."
Hey, I mean, if you have the spare money, why not?
But again, people say to me like, "Well, you could have still saved it." I'm like, "Yeah, but it was money that I would have spent at Brickworld because I would have spent it if I was eating normally. Blimey, I would have. Yeah. I mean, thankfully, because I don't know if you know, when I came back, I realised I've lost 1.5 stone, which is what, £21.
Oh man, that's not good.
No, that's not good. Not for someone like me. But I have actually put on. I'm back up to 9 now, so
good.
It's gradually coming on. I'm glad he's starting to eat a bit more now. It's not affecting me so much.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I do have to have the camera down my throat again next week, but so they can see if it's working or if I need to have an operation. But that's what I said though. Especially when Slurpy said I'm going next year. I was like, right, I'm going as well then.
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
And hopefully I'll be a bit more in spirit and a bit more. But that's what I said. I still had a good time. And if I had a good time when I was restricted, just think how much more of a better time I'll have. So
yeah, for sure. And I'm glad that you're going to be going, this upcoming year. So 26, because I think I'll be going to 26 and I'll probably take a year off. 27.
Well, I wasn't. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't planning. I did say to people, well, maybe I'll come back in 28 and celebrate. That'll be my 60th year and celebrate that.
Yeah.
But because of what happened, and then when Slurpy turned around and said, "Oh, I'm going," I was like, "Yeah,
good,
yeah."
Because I want to keep going, but we do have other lives outside of Lego because I'll definitely go in 26 and then 27.
I don't really have much else.
It's just like I have some things, some previous obligations I have to take care of in 27 that might restrict me from going to that one.
Yeah,
but
because it's funny, I did say, well, hopefully, I said, oh, knowing me, I'll probably fall in the trap set and bloody end up having to save and go every year. And I was like, no, that won't happen. And well, it is happening at the moment. But yeah, hopefully, probably have a break the following year or something. But well, the thing is, because of like my health and stuff, and just just getting on a bit, I was planning when I got back from Brickworld to go part-time or lose a day a week at work, so lose like 7 hours a week.
Makes sense.
But I can't now because if I do that, I'll lose £300 a month, and that's how much I save for Brickworld. So I can't.
You can't.
So maybe next year. But yeah, so I still got to work another. Yeah, but never mind. But it's worth it. The only thing I will say is that anyone goes to Brickworld and they say to you, "It goes so quick." They are telling you that it goes
wicked fast. Quick.
Goes really quick. Apart from the flight, God, no, that feels like forever. But I mean,
because even like
my kids were here, they tell you it's like I never get up. I was getting up most days at about 7 o'clock in the morning. I mean, okay, I wasn't quite like you lot staying up till. I mean, I was still staying up 2 o'clock, whatever. But
oh yeah,
I wasn't. So I was getting up most days. I think one day I stayed till 9, but most days I got up at 7. And before I knew it, it was like 6 o'clock in the evening and stuff. I was like, Jesus.
Yeah,
but
it goes.
Also, by then, my legs were starting to seize up. My God, you walk along, don't you? You don't realise.
Yeah,
Just going from your hotel room to the lobby about God knows how many times. Blimey, my legs were knackered by the end of every night.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's not an easy walk either. I mean, you're going for a distance.
Yeah. Yeah,
especially if you start carrying stuff. That just adds to it, and then it's like, oh my! It just goes by really quick, and then because like even for me, like I got there probably the earliest out of everyone, me and Kennedy, and by the time it was said and done, I was there 10 days or over 10 days. And
yeah, you were there a long time, weren't you? Yeah,
it was even quicker.
And you did seem to be always quite busy.
Yeah. Hopefully next year I won't be as busy. But just because I'm going to be bringing my own
build. I want on the live streams that much because I was like, yeah, it's my holiday. I want to enjoy myself. I don't want to be tied down to certain things.
Yeah. For sure.
But yeah. So overall, then, Austin, what's your views of the actual summer wave then?
Dust.
Yeah.
Like there's stuff that's good, but the price isn't where it needs to be.
Well, that's the problem. Like I said, even some of it I don't think looks good. Like the Torrent don't look good. The tank don't look good. I will say the MTT does look good, but it doesn't justify the price. It just doesn't. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's the smallest out of the lot. They could have, I think a lot of people are disappointed that you're going to only get 6 in there. Well, I have noticed actually, if you move the little circle things, and you can actually get 8 in there. Actually, I've actually seen because basically they're on a little like 2x2 circle.
Mm-hmm.
But if you move them close together, you can get an extra one in, and it fits.
But still, even then, it's like
you shouldn't have to do that.
12 bad boys in that.
Yeah,
sucker.
You shouldn't have to do that anyway. They should. But like I say, I think no matter how much it looked nice, you just cannot justify paying £160 or $60 for a set that's not even over 1,000 pieces. When, like I said, I know I keep going back to it, but last year, well, that and the Ghost, that was 160. Okay, that was 1,300 and something pieces, but still. And then people are comparing, saying, "Oh yeah, it's like that." No, you can't compare the two.
No, it's abysmal.
I don't understand how they're doing it, or why they're doing it, but also justifying how they can do that. And people seem to be making excuses for them, and I was like, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it sucks ass.
Very much so.
And excuse my language, but it's dog shit.
It is, and they need to be held accountable.
If I was a clone boy, I'd be very annoyed.
I'm like, just give me.
To be honest with you, I'm not a clone boy, but I think they have shitted on the clones anyway. I think with the helmet holes and all that, and not having the waist capes and stuff.
Yeah,
I do feel for the clone boys and stuff, but
I agree. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, I'm making at the moment a bleeding Monkey Kid set at work for the kid I look after, and nearly every figure's got a waist cape on it.
Yep.
And like arm printing and leg printing around the sides and
good night, Patty the theater dog.
Yeah. Good night. Night, Sarah.
It's just, at what point are we gonna, like, when's enough gonna be enough type thing? And it's
I don't think it's ever, people are still gonna go and buy. I don't think, unfortunately, we're our worst enemies because we moan, but we're still. Well, I don't.
Gonna buy it
personally. I won't. Yeah. It's like Hive made a good point the other day on his, and I did laugh at that. It was like people like, yeah, I'm not buying that set. It's rubbish, whatever. But then when it's on a sale, oh yeah, I get it. Well, no, if you thought it was rubbish, why are you buying it now anyway?
Yeah.
Even if you didn't like it.
That's exactly it too. It's like we can all vote with our wallets or what have you, but if we're still going to keep buying it in the end, then what good are we doing?
Yeah.
It's
like I said, it was hard for me to pick out 3 or whatever. I can only think of 2 really that I'd want to buy anyway, and I'm still not going to buy them on day one.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait till next year or something. Because I'm just trying to think what's already been out because I was really looking forward to the Arc 170, and I think that looks pants as well.
Yeah.
The only thing I will say, I did see somebody, now they're both pretty pants, but if you put them together, the Arc 70 and the Torrent, they look quite nice together, but that's because they're just both small and both.
Yeah. But even the
but
V19, it doesn't look like the V19 to
I'm
me.
trying to think of a set that's out now. Probably the Chopper. And that's probably about. Another one. Even though I moan about buildable figures, and I've just mentioned one that I'm going to buy, but even though I've moaned about there's too many buildable figures this year, I was surprised, especially when I seen it more sort of in hand than that, was the battle droid and the snap.
Yeah.
When that's on sale, I might get that because I thought it looked quite nice. Looked quite nice on display, and it looks like you get your slightly bit more money's worth when you versus the sell. But it looked, I mean, to be honest, I think the stat looked better than the actual droid, but. But I quite like I said, too many buildable figures this year. But so out of the sets that I'm going to buy, Chopper buildable figure, the Stab buildable figure, and bleeding K2 SO. Oh, so I moan about them, but then I'm going to end up buying them. But that's because they look quite nice. Oh, I've already got the Yoda one.
Because I got really all the sets I want from the year, that really just being the UCS Slave 1.
Yeah.
Because, I've said it so many times now, like, I can maybe buy a set once or twice a year, most.
Yeah.
Like, I don't buy every set that comes out. I don't go for the wave or...
No. Well, I'm glad really that that a lot of the sets this year are pretty pants, because I might not have been able to afford the... I would have spent them on the little sets and stuff instead of so really not getting any of the little sets and stuff. I managed to be able to get this set that I absolutely love. I'm so enjoying it. Already halfway building it and stuff. Because obviously it's got an interior and stuff. I'm a 56-year-old bloke and I'm still playing with it.
Hey, that's what we're meant to do, right?
But it's just for UCS, because that's what I like. Certain UCS sets. I mean, it's not a master builder set, but it's like, but kids could play with it if they wanted. There's an interior, there's a, and there's the Star Destroyer or the Venator. That's really just like a shell and but at least with something like this, the AT-AT. Even though they're vehicles, they've still got like an interior and stuff like that. So
for sure, because I think that'll be the set I buy this other. I have the Slave 1. I look at her daily.
Yeah, I definitely recommend this. If you can get this on a sale, mate, I definitely recommend it. And I know people say, "Oh, but it got blown up." I was like, "Yeah, so did the Death Star," but I'm sure you're going to go and buy that.
Yeah, I mean, that set, it's. The Razor Crest is confirmed to be in the new movie, so.
Yeah, I was going to say it's coming back. I mean, not the original one, but it is supposed to have a bit more yellow on it, isn't it? Nothing wrong with swooshing your Lego sets, boy. It's bloody heavy, this, though, to swoosh around, I must admit.
I mean, I swoosh my Slave 1 around at least once a week.
I wonder what you're going to say then.
Oh, yeah. But I think my just because I'm doing a lot of moving this year and whatnot, so my sets and stuff is they're all pretty much being packed away. Because I'm not probably moving for another few months, but
I'm dreading that. It's going to come soon that I'm going to have to move, and to be honest with you, when I do move, it's going to end up like a 1-bedroom place, and I won't have a clue what I'll do with my Lego.
Yeah,
but then again, I can display it all in my front room because I'm not going to ever have a girl come around. So,
I mean, even if you do,
but but it gets a bit because I just bought because like I said, with the money that I saved, I didn't just buy the let. I actually bought two lots of nice shelves as well. So I bought two nice, and to be honest with you, it's basically they're all filled up. So I'm going to need some more soon anyway.
Yeah, because I bought 2 of the Billy with the doors, and then like a tan corner one, then an additional 2 more Billies. So it'll be like a U in a corner.
Oh, I know. Yeah. See, I had some Billy book which I still got, but because they were only something like 28 centimeters deep, they weren't, and so I ended up buying from IKEA. Is it the Ivor ones?
Okay.
I think it's what Padawan's got, but he's painted his white.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and they are good. I must admit they are. And they will. I mean, I managed to get on just on one shelf, Barador and the Dungeons and Dragons together. It looks quite nice. Cool. With I'm gonna have to do a room tour one day. I keep saying that. I've been saying it for ages. And then with obviously Rivendell underneath it, and with and also Bagen. So
cool. Cool.
Yeah, I kind of mix them around a little bit. I tried to keep most of the Star Wars stuff together, but it's like underneath my Indiana Jones set, that whole wave, it was only 3 sets, wasn't it? A couple of years ago. I must admit, they are completely separate. They're in a glass cabinet underneath my TV because they're like special. Yeah,
I dig it.
Well, especially the big diorama, just awesome. Which again, it's a diorama, but there's so many play features on it. It's like, that's not just a diorama.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just hope that the slave one fits inside the Billy. If not, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, is it what? Do you know what the depth is? Is it like a normal? Is it like, because if it's only 28 centimeters, then probably not, mate. You're going to struggle.
Let's see.
You mean the UCS one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I don't know how high the because obviously you'd have it up where it's upright, yeah. So it just depends on how it'd still be the height of it, how high. As long as you can get the base bit in, it doesn't matter if it hangs over, I suppose. But
let's see. Okay, so it will fit.
Ah, good.
You just have to modify the stand a little bit.
Right.
Which, easy enough. So that's good.
Cool.
Because it'll fit, but you just can't have one of the shelves on top of it, like above, which is fine with me. But it's nice to know it will fit, according to this guy on Reddit.
That's another thing that people forget when they're starting to collect Lego, and that is actually how to display them and make sure you've got enough space. I mean, I filled up my room so quick and easy. It's especially with 2 of the tables, because most of it is like displayed like most people's. Yeah, they're just on shelves. But certain things like the Hoth or my Hoth set is actually displayed on a table, so it looks a bit like a scene.
Oh, cool.
And the same with my Tatooine stuff. I mean, I'm quite lucky. Evening, Kirsty.
Kirsty, hello.
I've got it was a computer table, yeah. And so try to picture it. It's like you've got a bit where you put the chair in, but you can pull out the table where you'd have your laptop. So basically, it's about that lower than the main table. So on the
Okay.
main table, I've got like Jabba's Palace and that, and then I haven't got the thing yet, the Jabba's Cell Bars, but I will. That's my next UCS set. But then right on the edge, I basically got the skiffs, yeah, because I got 2 skiffs actually. And then on the table below it, so I pulled out the table,
Mhm.
and then where you'd have your laptop on, not your keyboard, but so I pulled it out, and that's where the skiff is. So it's actually lower, and then I've got like I've literally got it where the rail's coming out, and Han Solo's like holding. So it's like there is a gap. So there is a so it's like basically like that. So I'm trying to so that would be where the skiff is, and the the Sarlacc pit. The skiff's slightly higher, but then it's hanging over, and it just looks great. It's
Cool.
That's that I was like, that table's made for that.
Hey, I mean I dig it.
And it's also sandy color as well, so it's like
you can't get
because
better
obviously
than
it's not on base plates or anything. I don't do that, but
yeah.
And then obviously I got the cantina next to that, and so
that's the way to do it.
We've even got a little Tusken Raider camp.
Cool. Because what I'll have for my little center shelf of it is I bought the instructions on Rebrickable, but you know how there's like that big buildable minifigure?
Of which one?
Of like, it's like the little Lego dude with the hat.
Oh yes, yeah.
But someone did it with Jango Fett.
Oh.
So I'm gonna put that next to it.
Oh, did I
with
see that?
Then I'll do probably like hopefully that's enough to fill that one shelf.
It's funny. I wish I bought. I wish when I was at Brickworld, I actually bought a bit like the box of boys that I have. But I wish I bought. Well, I tried to on the last day, and they said that they'd taken the till away, so I couldn't buy it. Tried to get the Brickworld box, so it's the same size, isn't it? So I could put. So I'd have somewhere then once this month's over to put all my sig figs in.
Yeah.
But I've decided that. So I know where they are and to keep them safe. I'm going to open up the canteen, and I'm going to put them all, sit them all in there.
That's cool. I like that idea.
And then at one time I was thinking, do you know what? I actually might also sit them all around the in Rivendell around the table as well. I could put them. Is it the
council?
Yeah, like the fellowship of the sig figs.
Oh yeah, because I think what I'm going to try and do with all the sig figs I have is I might try and build a mock of the Rennie lobby.
Right.
And just have everyone
we should take that and then take that next year.
Oh, I already got something coming next year. It's I guess I can.
Because I noticed on Instagram, because obviously every month I do like the box of boys and stuff, and and obviously like last month and this I kind of doubled it up. I did a box of like sig figs at Brickworld, and then I was like, no, I want to use them again. So I don't know if you saw the it was the box of boys live. So
yes, you had me and CJ dancing in the corner.
Yeah. Sorry, that was before I even thought of that. That's the first thing that came to my head was these two are dancing together.
Heck yeah! I guess
he's even holding the ring. He's like
he is. It's great. So I did give you a little sneak peek of what's coming next year for Brickworld.
Ooh, nice.
I'll try and get it.
Yeah. So obviously I did that, right? But then I'm looking on Instagram and I'm seeing so many people do it. I was like, oi, that's what get off. There's so many people who've got there's sig figs in the box. I was like, oi, get off.
But I got all mine.
You got yours in the Brickworld case, haven't you?
Yeah, let me go snag a picture of it. It's right across the room here.
Because that's what I want to get so I can keep them safe.
Yeah, so
it's good.
I got. Let's see here. Yeah. Well, my brightness is up way too high. Oh, here you go.
Oh, hold on. Let me put you on.
There
you go.
Here we go. This might work better.
Yeah, because I remember you showing that before. Because I think I even went to when Went, oi. Give...
Yeah,
Oh, it's
I
a
got
bigger
all,
book. Yeah. Wow.
yeah, and then I have all the sets over here.
Oh, yes.
You know, I'll get it
Nice.
looking a little bit better when I move, but
Yeah.
till then,
So
it's just all.
See, the only
whack.
problem I had last week when I was trying to show it is it was like the light was reflecting on the bloody, and you couldn't really see it very well. But I've got it on Instagram anyway. I can always see.
Yeah. But, sir, I hate to do it. I might have to boogie here.
Do you know what's funny enough? I was about thinking the same thing because I'm suddenly starting to feel tired.
Hey, I don't.
I was buzzing when I got home from work, but now obviously I think I'm just, I don't seem to have as much energy at the moment with not eating as much.
Oh yeah,
But well, I have to say, I went out. I went over to Wells and met Martin the other day to get my lightsaber and stuff. And we went for. Do you know what like a carvery is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we went, and I thought I'll give it a go. I went just for regular whatever. I ate quite slowly in that, and it was fine. It was gorgeous. It's the first proper meal I've had for a long time.
Good.
You know, basically it's a big roast, isn't it? It's like a big So, because I'm like at the moment eating things like avocados and stuff, and it's like I never ate stuff like that.
Yeah,
I'm like the big, I'm a meat lover and stuff, and pizzas and no.
You have to be gentle.
Yeah, but like I said, it is gradually getting a bit better. It is gradually. It's just, so hopefully, next year I think I won't take as much money this next year, but then I'll probably spend like loads of it on food, and it'll be like, oh shit.
Yeah, that was me this year.
Yeah. Well, it was great. I'm glad you stayed in for a little bit anyway, because I wanted to, because usually we do stay on till like God knows past 11, but obviously everyone wanted to get off tonight. I was like, oh damn.
Tonight of all nights.
But yeah. Right, I've got to try and. So he said about playing some music, and I'm trying to find out which one it is.
But if you guys are all free Wednesday, don't know the time yet, but me and True Squadron are going to do a Superman Lego show.
Oh.
As the movie comes out this week.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, because I've got like She don't watch this anyway, so it's all right. But I've got like a lady friend. And it is a lady who's a friend, unfortunately. But we tend to go to cinema quite a bit. And she wants to go and see Jurassic Park. I don't care about the reviews. I'll still go and see it.
I enjoyed it.
Because she thought it was last week, but it wasn't out. So as a joke, because I thought she probably won't want to see it. I said, well, there's always the live version of How to Train Your Dragon. And she was she was like up for it. So we went and seen it. And it was quite good, actually.
There you go.
And but I said, so we're going to see Jurassic Park. But I said to her, and there's Superman as well coming out. And she was like, because thankfully she likes very similar to movies to me. So
good.
Right. So I'm assuming there's no. It just says the Cool Han shout out. Is that? I think it's the same intro as the same as we come in, because there's no outro. He's not got any outro written down here, unless he's got the. What's this one? What's the new funk one?
Let's see.
Can't even hear it. Is there volume on here? Hold on. Oh God, no, not that one. Or is it? I don't know. That's the outro. I think this is the intro one. No. Which one's this? Oh, that was just a shout out. I think that was the original one when I used to talk to people. When I used to say the names and that, but then I found this one, and I just
it's The Rock.
Yeah. Right, so I think I'll play out with that one then. I think, I think this is the one we play. Yeah, that's the one we play coming in.
Yeah.
So, right. Well, thanks everyone for staying on. For me and for Austin, just I know we didn't particularly talk about much subjects. Really just chatting, really. But it was nice.
I agree.
But I did want to get my point across about that I think people really stop making excuses for Lego. Stop saying like, oh, but this the set's not great, but the things but the figures are great. I'm sorry, the figures do not carry a set.
No.
And apart from, like I said, battle packs, fair enough, but other ones, the set should always come first, really.
Yeah.
So I
agree.
mean, obviously, like I say, battle packs you buy for the figures, don't you? I mean, that's what the whole point of it is, but not when it's 45 quid. And do you know what? If they'd have bought that out like the same as the one they bought out earlier for 30 quid or what, I don't think nobody would have complained.
I agree.
I really don't think nobody would have complained. And then people say, yeah, but they've got the nice pauldron. What, 15 quid's what? No.
I still don't even like the pauldron.
You don't like the pauldron?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I thought they weren't too bad.
Not a fan.
But then
also, I'm quite
I'm not really too worried. But yeah, so because it's funny, like all my shelves are covered in like my Star Wars stuff, OT and all that lot. And I think I've got one shelf for some cleans.
Oh yeah.
Right, so we'll probably say goodnight. I think that stay fresh cheese bags. That must be a bad thing. What's that? I think that's a message for you.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. When am I coming on? Well,
so
yeah.
I have
she means stiffy, but
not this week, but the following week.
Yeah. This is your show, yeah? The book connection, yeah.
Yeah, not this week that we're about to head into, but the one after, just because I have to go to a wedding this week.
Yeah. Well, here's another question for you then before we go. When am I going to get invited?
Whenever you want to come on. Open invite, my friend.
Oh, bless. I'll put you on the spot now.
Yeah, open invite. It's, if you want on, just DM the thing, and then we can get it rolling.
Okay. Cool. Thank you very much. Where's that new funk one? Right. Well, we'll say good. Anything you need to say? Any shout outs? Any?
Just Wednesday.
Give your thing a plug. Go on, give your show a plug.
Just Wednesday, it's gonna be me and Kennedy just talking about Superman. Him and I are very excited. And
what time will that be on then? Because
we're deciding a time currently. But it'll definitely be on Wednesday. It's just the time, so just pay attention to the YouTube channel, and you'll see it pop up.
All right, because obviously Thursday I'm starting work at 7, so if it's too late, it'll probably be replayed. But to be honest with you, I watch most the ones from America. I do tend to now watch on replay. It's not very often I even stay up for ACOB now. I tend to because it's like Saturday and Sunday. That's like basically fill up. I watch Pure Rant Fury on the Saturday morning from Friday night, and I watch. I watch normally Good Morning, apart from today, but I normally watch Good Morning BrickHive most Sundays because it's like that's 3 o'clock for us in the afternoon. That's just perfect time. And then obviously I do this show. But yeah, if I can stay up a bit late, and even if it's say hello, if not, I will watch it on replay. I watch most of the stuff on replay. So
I'm excited because I live right where the movie was being filmed. So
cool.
I'm like, why not?
I'm quite looking forward. Again, I do see some negative stuff on them, but I just give up now. I don't bother watching. It don't matter what comes out. People are going to be negative. It's just so
go in and make your own decision for you.
I mean, even Hive is going on about no way we want another Kenobi. I'm like, yes, I want another Kenobi series.
Me too. Kenobi is my favorite Force user, so I'm stoked.
Again, I liked it. I like that series. So I know that's a bit of a hot take. I will say, apart from the stupid chase scene with Leia, okay, fair enough. That was absolutely, that was cringing. But apart from that, just ignore that. And yeah, I enjoyed it. Anyway, well, thank you everyone for staying on for a little bit.
Yeah.
we're going to say goodnight now. I don't think I've got anything else to say. Just I'm knackered now and I want to go to bed.
Yes.
Or will
I
I?
need some food.
Or will I get another bag out?
You never know. You never know.
No. Do you know
I'm
what? It's
just excited for
downstairs.
food.
I'm glad it's downstairs actually because it has saved me from going to get it. Because I'm
This
just
is true.
tired. Yeah. So I'll play this out anyway. And then
There we go.
on here. Kirsty. We agree to disagree.
Battle pack is washed. Washed.
Saving him saying Crocs there. We haven't mentioned Crocs for a long time, thank God.
Mm-hmm.
Martin's been saying goodbye for 40 minutes, yeah.
Good.
Right. Bye, everyone.
All right. Toodles.
Ta-da.